welcome in. Are you ready? Are you ready for the last VLR stream ever on all of Twitch? This is the last one. Every time I say it, I feel like, oh my god, something's gonna happen. Like, I'm gonna get like a message from work, or there's gonna be some kind of emergency at the daycare. Ow! And I'm not gonna be able to finish it. Never to be played again by anyone. Yes. Bye for real. Thanks for the lurk, Galaxy, is what I was trying to say. Rest up. I hope you have a good lurk. Ow. Everyone hydrate. Also, congrats on first, Galaxy. Nice work on not first, Jelly and Josh. And enjoy your lurk, Smoke Glue Cloud, and Bob. Ow, ow. And Galaxy, of course. Okay, we'll do touch grass first. Also, welcome in Black Blue, Monday, and Prince. I hope you're all doing well. Today, I was doing great until I burnt my pizza. Casually throwing things at Sil, yeah. That's what happens in this channel. Alright, did you want survival or the relaxed mode, Galaxy? Or do you not care because you're leaving? Casual? Alright. It's a casual day, I feel that. How's everyone doing, by the way? How's everyone's days going? I paused this game at like a really weird moment. Hang on. Here we go. Funny you mentioned that. A friend showed me an image of them putting the plastic container in the oven for lasagna. No! That's so bad. Today's game continues triggers like grass. Yo, also, why did my game not load? Oh, I hit the wrong button. I like right before stream, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take antihistamines because I think my hay fever is gonna start kicking me in the proverbial nuts today. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go and take the antihistamine. Went into the kitchen, went to the area that has let me draw a pill. Here's the pill, my antihistamine. Now it looks like a poop. So I went to get the antihistamine, I went into the kitchen. We have like a little container where we keep a tray of like all the different pills. Because Alex and I need them fairly often. And I went over and I just like immediately like took painkillers instead of antihistamine. I just like went and took like ibuprofen or whatever, and I popped them, and then I sat down at my desk, and I was like, wait a second. Those weren't the right ones. Like that's not what I meant to take. Don't be popping pills. I mean, it's medicine. It's just been one of those days, man. I said earlier that I burnt my pizza. Let me draw the pizza. Here's the pizza. Pepperoni. Here we go. I burnt my pizza because I set a timer for it. Hi Lemon, thank you so much. Yeah, I was having trouble pinning my messages today. Thank you, Lemon. I appreciate you. You're the best. Thanks for popping in and doing that for me. Yeah, I burnt the pizza because I set a timer, but in between me putting the pizza in the oven and me actually opening and starting the timer, I just like lost a few minutes. Like, I'm just having like a really really time blind day today. Is it just me or is the pinned emote cut off? It looks okay to me. Yeah, it looks okay to me. So pass. Twitch being weird, I guess. Anyway, 2 seconds left of grass touching. Wait. Let me write. It's the last VLR stream, so I'm gonna write VLR. Oh jeez. All right, here we go. VLR. Let's go. Let me post a screenshot. Yeah. I'd love to see what you mean. Okay, that's it for the grass touching. Thank you, Galaxy. Enjoy your lurk. Okay, let's get into the game. Because we need to finish this today. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Also, yeah, I want to see the screenshot. Oh, that's weird. That's really weird, Black Blue. It's like a didn't expand properly when you opened it. No, it looks okay on my end. Yeah, see ya, Galaxy. Have a good lurk. All right. Oh wait. Lemon, it's okay. It worked. I think it's just Black Blue's view that looks weird because it looks okay on my end. It's working now. I just had to move the top window to my other monitor. The problem was the monitor all along. All right, let's see where we are. We've done everything apart from this little bit. Hope it looks better now. Thank you, Lemon. I appreciate. Yeah, Twitch chat is weird like that. Okay, so I don't want to try to do a recap because I would be recapping literally the entire game at this point. It was working, but stopped again when you rebent it. Oh no. Alright, what happened here though? What? Oh wait, we had like we like came here and then we like went back in time to this ridiculous thing. Like we went back to before the game started, saved June, and then we ended up jumping back here and everyone is still alive, right? Everyone's still alive and we're all escaping together. Like we all put on the suits. We like opened the number 9 door, everyone together. We played the game until it happened. I think Dio was like locked up or something, right? We like knocked out Dio and chained him up or something. And then kept playing the AB games until we all got at least 9 points. And then we like all went through the number 9 door together and we've suited up and we've made it outside. Oh yeah, and we're on the moon. So what's happened in this? Okay, there hasn't been any dialogue that I can read. You're right about the gravity and oh yeah, and they were saying that like we can't be on the moon. Did they take Dio with you or is he still inside? Oh, you're right, he's still inside, yeah. I remember complaining about how they left him tied up and they were like, oh, we'll come back for him later. Like we'll send the police over, we're just gonna leave him like in the thing. And they all just left and I'm just like, yo, literally like no one else ever came back after they left. So I feel like even the ones that said they were going to send the police in. So I feel like Dio's just going to die or something by himself. Like, and he's still like chained to the sink. Like he can't get out. So I guess he has like access. Thank you for the lurk, Isaac. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so, well, you don't know if anyone came back. The game always ended. I know, but I feel like if somebody did come back... Ow! Thanks, Isaac. Everybody hydrate. I feel like if people came back, it wouldn't have been... Like, I feel like we would have seen that if, like... If they actually came back and we got out, it wouldn't just be like a dirt game over. Oh well, bye. Like, would see it. It's like heavily. God, my throat is dying. Hang on. I actually made my peppermint tea before the break this time. I cast allergy hydration while I clean. Oh, good luck with the cleaning, Isaac. I almost said like, are you doing spring cleaning? But it's just spring for me in the southern hemisphere. But yeah, if they came back, they would have told you we're on the moon. Yeah. And I feel like because we can do this, like, you know, time jumping thing, like, our other selves would have, like, a memory of information that important, like being on the frickin' moon. I was also worried that maybe, like, they couldn't get back in, like, you couldn't open the door again, like... Like they left and the whole thing just like closed down and you couldn't break your way back in. You don't have memories of every life. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so people are pointing out that we were on the moon the whole time, but that doesn't make sense because then like gravity is less, so things will be like falling slower and stuff. But one of the side effects of the virus is that everything you perceive like time or whatever, right? Like you perceive time faster because your brain slowed down, and it's by like a factor of like the square root of 6. So I think that they were just like on the moon the whole time and they didn't notice it. I feel like that wouldn't work. I feel like we're kind of like doing kind of fake science here, but it's okay. I'll ignore that. Alright, you're right about the gravity in a way. I was one of those people who knew that this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest. She's a robot. It is 100% fake science. There's no way it would actually work. Yeah, no way. Gravity isn't just like I feel like there's a lot of other things that it would affect. Excuse me, what? Please, just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Excalibur, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while. What symptoms? Well... Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to come back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means that our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of the Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means that the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Is it, Luna? Is it? You know we're about to get the Lord drop once this music kicks in. Oh yeah. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times the root of 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I use the 4.9 meters because this matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. Gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would still be the same. Does that make sense? So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by the root of 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us. Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity? Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. We did have a scene where some of the people, it was actually like most of the women, funnily enough, were in a room and kind of complaining about like headaches or like a weird feeling that they were getting. Like, I think, was it Phi that mentioned like sort of like an out-of-body experience or something? Anyway, this was discussed. I thought it was kind of weird at the time, but I guess that's what they were heading towards here. Either Phi or Alice. Yeah, I think it might have been Phi. That's because I don't remember Alice's boobs when we were having that conversation. Maybe that's why she can wear that outfit. Alice's breasts don't need as much support. Huh? You and Sigma and Phi said something about it in the lounge. I'm almost certain Alice and Clover were in the room with you and Phi. Yeah, I remember Clover being there. And I feel like Alice was probably there too if Clover was there. About how you felt weird. It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. What's fine? Nailed it. Kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating like that. It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. Does it Sigma? In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. Yeah, the jumping was insane. Like, what the heck was that? She jumped so many times. Wait. This is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red. And the fact that she didn't question it. Yeah, that was super weird. If the fact that she was like on the like if the fact that she could jump that high didn't surprise her, then like she must have known that we were on the moon, but she clearly didn't, right? And before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Called it! Today is January 27th. In 2019, oh Sigma baby! It's probably like 79, not 29. No. Don't tell me 30? Still no. Then just what year is this? Ow, I was so close! It's 2074. No. That's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years ago. I don't blame you if you don't believe me. But it's the truth. How can you be sure? It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are an easy thing to predict. We've known there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that. But why is the Earth red? That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April the 13th, 2029, hi Jesse! Why can't I easily make a sequel? It is cool that you can predict a solar eclipse that far into the future. Yeah. It's all like orbital mechanics, right? Like, we don't have that many things interfering with the orbit of Earth. Of like Earth and Moon, so something pretty big will have to happen before it interferes with that. There were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima. What? Why? I suppose it started a few months before that. I got a silver medal for writing a paper over a weekend on the viability of sending our junk into the sun or the asteroid belt rather than deal with it on Earth. It's just rocket science! I love that! Nice work on your award! You just wrote it over a weekend and you got an award? What the hell? How viable was it in the end, Prince? What conclusions did you come to? Or were you just kind of like comparing points and not really coming to a conclusion? Yeah, I want to know how viable it is. Because where do we get like the extra like materials from? Like, I don't want to be sending, you know, aluminium into the sun, but like there's only a limited supply of aluminium in the Earth, right? And yeah, the cost of making the rocket too. The sun? No. The asteroid belt? Plausible but pretty wasteful considering the cost of a rocket. Yeah, that checks out. But what if you put it on the sun is pretty strictly no, really? Does it take that much more power to yeet something into the sun? I thought it would have been easier because you just kind of like fall down the gravity well, right? Does it just end up orbiting or something instead? Fascinating. But okay, hear me out. What if it wasn't just a trash rocket? What if it was also a science rocket? And like, you know, you were doing like probes or something in the asteroid belt. as well as dumping off the garbage. It's like picking up your mail and dropping your like trash can outside, like on the curb at the same time. Is it possible to propel something into escape velocity without a rocket? Space elevators. I guess that's not really escape velocity, but... Remember that you already have a ton of angular momentum. You need to propel a rocket at the speed that the Earth is going, but in the opposite direction, in order to just fall into the sun. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. A reverse garbage chute. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I should play Kerbal Space Program. I tried that game once and I got confused. I didn't even get confused at like the rocket part of it. I got confused at like the building, like the construction part of it. The game was like, okay, now like we're in the tutorial. Build a rocket, lol. And I was like, okay, I'll try to build a rocket. And I was like confused about why this rocket kept wanting to go sideways. And then after I put it together and went to launch it, I realized I was actually building like an airplane or something. I like put it out on what I thought was the launch pad, and it was actually like the takeoff, like it was actually like the airport, like the takeoff strip, like for like getting like the planes with the wings and stuff. To like go. So I put it there and it just went ka-flunk onto the concrete. Anyway, and then I uninstalled the game. Yeah, I heard Kerbal Space Program 2 is bad as well, Prince. Like, yeah, it just felt like a cash grab. Like, I thought they were doing okay, but then they just kind of like, what happened? Did the studio get bought out or something? There was some politics involved, right? It basically ended up being like a flaming dumpster fire. Like, another question I have, how hard would it be to create a ring around the planet, attach that to space elevator that's not attached to the ground? I think, would it snap? Yeah, that's a good question, right? You need something with like really high tensile strength. And I feel like they have actually found materials that could be used for a space elevator, if I'm remembering correctly. And yeah, attach that to a space elevator that's not attached to the ground. Wait, where is it attached? Wait, ring around the planet. So you mean like a track, like around the planet? Like, wait, how do you get to it? You have a belt tightly wrapped around the planet and loosen it by X meters. So it's like orbiting the planet. But wait, at what distance? Wait, so attach that. Okay, wait, so how do you get to it? The diameter of give you get is the same as if you loosened a belt around your waist. Like upper atmosphere? I think you would have difficulty stopping it from crashing into the earth. Like, it would still be, like, it would keep trying to come down, right? So it would depend on, like, the strength of the materials that you're using to, like, hold its shape and not collapse. You can take a plane to the bottom of the elevator or something. I feel like either the ring will need to be so high up to allow for the materials to do that taking a plane to the bottom wouldn't actually be saving that much. Or like it'll be so low to the ground that you have like massive problems with like air resistance and like materials and stuff. Last stream we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. And yeah, it'll need to be rotating. Otherwise it won't be like geostationary. Unless you had it in geostationary orbit. But then that's so high up. Like that's That's where you put satellites. So you probably don't want to ring up there, and it would take like heaps of fuel to get up there as well. And then you also have like the issue of docking, right? You'd have to like dock the plane that you took from the ground to the low Earth orbit, and then dock at whatever is available on the rings, which sounds difficult in atmosphere. Like if you actually still want it like in the atmosphere, that sounds very bumpy. Ow. Hi Brian, we're discussing astrodynamics. You'd need a very rigid ring in order for the ring construction to inherently resist collapse. Yeah, and then as soon as you get a crack, you're gone. Like a crack anywhere on the diameter of that ring. Like, hi Salmon, I'm here for the history class. Yeah, the history of what happened in like 2029 or whatever they were just talking about. How's it going, Brian? Yeah, either docking is really hard because you need to be really high up, or docking is really hard because the ring is moving really fast. Yeah. Wait, my bad, wrong room. I don't know, man. This kind of looks like a historical slide, right? How are you doing? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think docking is going to be an issue. I feel like it would be easier to get like just have a standard like Arthur C. Clarke like space elevator with like counterweights and it's like the angular momentum or whatever that keeps the end like in like off the Earth, and then you just like, you know, go up to that, and then and then if you really want to put a ring on Earth because you love it so much, then you build the ring out there. And the ring is like the massive space station or whatever that humanity is escaping into because of global warming. Hi, Nup Meowmix, welcome in. This is definitely a Sil chat of what time it is. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're discussing sci-fi nerd stuff, sorry. Yeah, I think a ring around the Earth isn't really gonna work because of all the atmosphere and tensile strength stuff. It's a cool idea though. I'd love to see it done in like a sci-fi story or something. Maybe around like the moon. something without an atmosphere, so that we don't have the issues of like, you know, all the air resistance and stuff, because it would have to be moving pretty quick. And yeah, no, I think it's a cool idea though. I think I saw it in an anime once. It was nagging me in the back of my mind for a while now. That does sound like something that an anime would do. But you know, the gravity in anime is already like, you know, that's not normal gravity because you've seen their hair. Like the hair, anime boobs, and just like clothes in general, you know that gravity doesn't work in animes. They're going by different rules. All right. I suppose it started a few months before that. I think it was a Gundam show. I keep meaning to watch more Gundam. I've seen like, what was it? Gundam Seed? I've seen a few episodes of Gundam Seed, I think, because it kept coming on right before Ghost in the Shell on Adult Swim. And you know, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Seed is a good one? Oh yeah? Okay, for those of you guys that are familiar with Gundam, where's a good place to start? Like, assume that I don't have time to like read the manga and I'm just gonna be watching anime, assuming that there's a manga. I'm doing great, yay! Let me, oh no. No, get him, Isabel. Get him! Oh, what was that? Damn it, GG. Oh, maybe it was Gundam Wing. The original series with Amuro Ray. Which one's that? GG. What's Gundo Musashi? What is that? I've never heard of that one. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out there in the middle of Nevada. This is the one that Tenmyoji knew about before, when we found like the recording for it. Amuro is in the very first Gundam. Oh. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Came out in the 80s. Oh man, cool. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, and then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the I can't believe her name is Luna and we're on the moon. The virus slows your brain down. But eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Gundam Musashi has a dude with a gun that shoots bullets that puts people to sleep, so like a tranquilizer gun. You know what the whole bullets thing reminds me of? Hitman Reborn. That was a great manga. I enjoyed that. I don't usually read much shounen manga, but that one I had fun with. No, they're just special bullets. Okay. He practices gun fu. No way. I still need to finish Hitman Reborn. I think I finished it. I have a vague recollection of like finishing it and being like, oh my god, I can't believe a shounen series actually finished. My brother loves it. Oh, that's great. Right, pretty soon the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. Gundam Musashi is rather so bad it's good. But for some it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Yo, screw fire. Like, why would you choose fire? I guess they weren't really thinking straight, but... Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. I thought this was an actual Gundam. It could be if you squint enough. Everywhere you went, there was just piles of corpses covered in flies and rats and crows. Crows? Crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who'd managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple of meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured that they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that would kill the virus off for good, just like in the Matrix! On April 13, 2029, they put their plan into effect. How many freaking stories do we have of humanity like scorching the skies? Why does this happen so often? For once, I'd like to like have a story about the future and have it just be like literally like rainbows and butterflies. Although I guess, hi Sleepy, thanks for the lyric. Although I guess Star Trek was kind of like that, and you don't have any of that set on Earth because Earth is a utopia and there's like no stories for you to enjoy there. It's just like super bland, so everyone's in space, and that's where you get the fun stories. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors. Doctor Who? Oh, I haven't seen like any of Doctor Who. Earth is a utopia in some timelines. Oh, cool. Now, the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened. Also, how is it that the power plants were still running? I'm kind of surprised they didn't just blow up from neglect or something. The real challenge, picking a Doctor Who series to start with. Oh yeah? How many are there? I'm like really unfamiliar with the whole franchise. But the Doctor never goes to those because it's boring. Yeah. It's always really boring. But I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected. And when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate, if I die, you're coming with me gesture. Gesture, right? There's 2 Doctor Who main series that are linear and a few spin-offs. Oh, I didn't realize there was only 2. I'd bet you money that they'd lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan. Even if it wasn't directly responsible, Radical 6 killed most of the population on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. Why it happened is kind of important because we're gonna go back in time to fix it, so we kinda need to know. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosions threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered, and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left behind banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared, and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. I've watched a lot of Doctor Who. It's a roller coaster of quality. Oh. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset is red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot further when the air is dirty. So there you are. Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make its way through the atmosphere. David Tennant is still my favorite season, so oh yeah. That's who I always think of when I think of Doctor Who. I feel like there's been a lot of like people playing Doctor Who in my lifetime. But whenever I think of Doctor Who, I think immediately of David Tennant, even though I've never even seen any of it. It's a fun show. You could probably start with Eccleston 9 just fine. Oh yeah. I probably won't end up watching Doctor Who. I have actually seen like one episode, and it was like I don't know, it lands in a really weird, like, uncanny valley of sci-fi and fantasy for me. Like, as a lover of hard sci-fi, watching, like, super soft sci-fi is really weird. Like, I have trouble, like, letting go. I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So, we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? Why were we there? Doctor Who isn't super soft, it's just wibbly wobbly. It is soft! What are you talking about? Yeah, magic adjacent. Yeah, points up, points up. It feels like magic. Like, what is up with a screwdriver? Like, the sonic screwdriver? That's not hard sci-fi. That's basically magic. Hi, Amy. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Remember the quote? What quote? So even that is a roller coaster. What, the magic system? Yeah, what? Yeah. The episode of Doctor Who I saw on TV was, there was like a bunch of big whales in there. They were like sky whales, which are like really pretty, but my brain was going, oh yeah, the Arthur C. Clarke quote. Yeah. Sufficiently advanced technology. You're right. Thank you. Yeah, I know, but I just can't. I just can't do it. I can't suspend my disbelief long enough to be like, oh yeah, it's just advanced technology. Space whale. Yeah, they were like, okay, maybe not space whales, but like they were in the sky. They were like on a planet somewhere. There was like a little boy and like a big window. And there were like whales and stuff in the sky. An actual space whale. Okay, I'm not sure if I saw that. Because they weren't in space at the time. The whole thing happened like in this kid's like neighborhood or something. I don't remember much of it. It was pretty though. All of London lived on its back. That's so cool. In space, no way. Okay, maybe I did see that one. Why were we then? I was so lost in thought that I barely noticed Phi's approach. Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out. A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it? I figured out why there's an extra E. Oh yeah, what's that about? An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti? Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A. What's Anna say this time? Ah, god damn it, Sigma. Knock it off. Memento mori, if the 9th lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get... The man on the moon rules the infinite time. See? You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in 9th. Hi, Phil! Yeah, Phi's quick. I hate that she can just do that in her head. Me too! I really suck at those sorts of puzzles where you have to, like, rearrange letters and words. I would never guess it. Yeah, I wouldn't either. She's too big brain. Yeah, definitely. Happy birthday, Emmy! The man on the moon rules the infinite time. I think it's a message for us. From Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us? We created the AB project for one purpose. To transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi. So, what are you getting at? My god, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying that we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple of hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back. Wait, wasn't that... Was that not obvious? I thought that's why... I thought these characters knew this already. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you think they're going to send us back 45 years? Yeah, I'd bet on it. So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about? I think so. Maybe they thought at first they just wanted those 2 to go back and save Akane. Yeah, that makes sense. But, okay, but they said, what was the quote? What exactly? Yeah, okay. So the whole AB project's purpose is to transport the consciousness of 2 people into the past. Now, Akane dying was part of the AB project, right? So you wouldn't create the AB project to fix something that you deliberately break within the project. If you need somebody to fix that, then just don't do the fucking project. Like, so obviously they were planning the AB game for like something outside of itself, something big enough for it to, like, you know, for people to bother setting all of this up and putting people on the frickin' moon. Also, they didn't know that they were 45 years into the future until just now. Even disregarding the 45 years into the future, it's like, yeah, accounting for the failed timelines, yeah. But even if you ignore the fact they're 45 years into the future, when they were playing the game, like even before that they knew they were on the moon, before they knew what year it was, they were aware that there was a virus, right? There were like news clippings of a virus outbreak. Like people were dying, people were killing themselves. It was like a bit of a disaster. It was a worldwide pandemic. They eventually understood and believed that. So obviously, when Akane says we created the AB project to send people back, you'd be like, oh, okay, there's a global panic about this one event that's endangering humanity, so obviously that's the thing that you need to go back and fix, right? Regardless of whether it's been like 2 months or 10 years or 45 years. You wouldn't just think, oh, I just need to go back and keep this one person alive who sacrificed herself for this project that required that for some reason. Like, the confusing thing from their perspective is that the pandemic happened after they were abducted. Yeah. Yeah, they thought they were only, like, gone for a few days or whatever. So they didn't consider that to be back. But, like, they knew, like, it happened while they were gone, even though they didn't know how long they were, like, gone for. Right? So, so basically the point is to take them and shunt them back in time to, like, either shortly after they were abducted or even, like, before they were abducted, regardless of how long ago that was. And use the knowledge that they found, like, during the AB games to prevent that from happening. The fact that they're on the moon and that it was 45 years is kind of irrelevant. It just makes it sound more difficult, but like that's still the whole point, right? Like them just going back to save Akane makes like absolutely no sense. Like why would you even do this to begin with? I think so. That doesn't make sense though. I mean, we came from that same time period. Before it, actually. So why bring us here and then send us back? Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. That's true. The wording here is probably more for the player, yeah. Let's go pay her a visit. Do you know where she is? Oh, got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key? Tu fui ego eris. I don't remember what that means. Oh yeah, the grave! Oh yeah, there's a key in it! Oh my god, I totally forgot about this. The grave! I just like... I saw that grave, I saw the keyhole, and I was like, oh yeah, the game will give me the key when it's appropriate. And then just like, I trusted the game and then just forgot about it. The grave! The one in the garden! Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go! We turned and ran back to the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind. What are you doing? Did you forget something? Yeah, we, like, forgot a human chained up to a sink. Hi, anime nerd! Welcome in! How's it going? Heads up, we are currently playing the very end of a visual novel, so things might not make that much sense. I hope you're doing well. What, did you forget something? We're going to go have a talk with somebody. Who? You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all of this. You mean Akane? Wait, Kei knows about Akane? Okay, what Kei knew Akane because she's kind of almost his stepmom, like sort of figure. But I didn't realize that Kei had that out in the open in this timeline. Let's be allowed, they weren't making sense from the start. What? I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then. Wait. What do you know about Akane? Okay, I'm glad that the other characters are confused about him just saying that. I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. We finally get to hear about, like, the full story about Kei, right? Right, we're gonna hear that, right? I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word. I'm going too then. So am I. Hey, is this Akane you're talking about? Yeah. You know her real well. Wait. You're not... You're serious? What the hell is going on? Oh, shut up! Just shut up. Come on, if you want to. You just need to do a roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back through the airlock. I'm glad that this can open again from the other side, because I wasn't sure that it would. This does mean that the number 9 door wasn't one way. Yeah, it does. So then why did nobody come back? Once one person got out, they could have all gotten out. Yeah! Although I guess the implication was that, like, if one person went out and then came back, like, they still... Do you think they'd still have the scanning thing if they left again the second time? Anyway, probably not, right? Ah, clever. Now that's why the game always ended once they left, so not to have to deal with this eventuality. As in, like, people like go out, notice the moon, turn around, and then come back and then tell everyone. So the game just like cuts out. Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B... Oh! Yeah, I thought we might be able to take the lift to it, and it looks like I was right. Okay, so they didn't come back in through the number 9 door. They're coming in through, like, another unnumbered door that's like the replica of it. Any idea where Akane might be? Yeah. The grave. You mean the grave in the garden? Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think she's buried in there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. To the garden. Oh, yay. Alex just sent me a message. So today is Halloween in New Zealand. So we aren't doing like a big trick-or-treating thing, but we usually just exchange candy with the neighbor girls because they're like super nice. They're always super nice to Lily. So we always like, by we, I mean he and Lily, pop over and say hello and exchange candy and stuff. And Alex just messaged me being like, I bought a pack of mini nerd boxes for you and the neighbors. It's like, oh yeah, I'm getting candy for the kids, like the literal children next door. My wife would definitely want some. Yeah, the annual candy exchange, yeah. I frickin' love nerds. Nerds is like one of my favorite candies. Is Akane really under there? I think so. What should we do? Are we going to dig her out? No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. Nerds are amazing, yes! I have to, like, try really hard to avoid getting, like, the big, like, theater box ones. Because I will eat them all and, like, cut up the inside of my mouth. Yeah, Nerds Rope was fun! I was always too broke for it as a kid. Like, they were, like, kind of pricey compared to the other candy that was available. But, like, now that I'm an adult, I can just, like, buy it, and I'm like, oh, yeah. This tastes like something that's been sitting on the pedestal for 10 years. No, I don't think we need to do anything like that. You see the keyhole in the grave? If I just insert this here... I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift. Oh, she's in a pod! Okay. I was like, man, has she been, like, in the grave, like buried under the lawn, like just chilling, like the whole time while they were doing this game. Like, the woman has the patience of a saint. No, she's just in a normal casket. That's kind of what I was expecting. I was expecting, like, you know that Saddam Hussein, like, meme where he's like, there's a diagram of him, like, hiding, like, underneath stuff. I was expecting that. I was expecting, like, a Saddam Hussein, like, a meme, except it says, like, Akane. Wait, what is this? It doesn't look like a coffin. It says treatment pod, you guys. Yeah, it's a treatment pod. Oh my god. It is, isn't it? The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it. Let's see what's inside. I kind of want it to be, like, you know how K is like a Sigma clone or whatever? He looks exactly like Sigma. I want it to be like a third Sigma. I want it to be K's dad. She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod. I mean, we already found and talked to Akane, right? We're meeting her here be boring? It should be Sigma! No good. I think it's locked. What? Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage. Wait, so we just gotta wait for 10 minutes. Right, cold sleep. What? Well, these pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells. And yeah, that is fast. So, Miss Akane is like an ice cube? I think so. Then we gotta wait until she melts? Yeah. So, how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane? I remembered. What do you remember? Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Oh, don't we see that in like that escape room? The one we had to do with like the rainbows and stuff. It kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. You did indeed, yes! There are 54! There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project. The AB project? Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past. Back 45 years, right? Yes. So you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out and stop the reactor from exploding? That's our mission? Well, not exactly. What do you mean? It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late. Too late? What do you mean too late? What? But we're going back in time? Can't we just go back more in time? Is it like our consciousness is gonna get in the way or something? Too late? What do you mean? Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all of this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that the moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. That's why some puzzle gamers are like super cracked. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot. Wait. Hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us over? That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. What histories? What does he mean by histories? Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain. Very well. I will try and do so in a way that you can understand. Yeah, dumb it down for us, Kay. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct? Yes. Yeah. After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense? Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years? Yes. In preparation for this day. But why? What do you need us for? You're an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong? Did Akane tell you? In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover. What about me? We need your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs. Huh? But I didn't do anything. But you did. In another history. You were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. This is also why Clover can't detect Snake. Yeah, I almost said something. It wasn't just that she was really far away or that the place was shielded or anything like that. She's literally like, Snake's dead. Snake is hella dead. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were able to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. When we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the detonation in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. If he's not, he's probably on Earth. Yeah, I guess there are still people on Earth, aren't there? Odds aren't looking good, though. The history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Temyoji and Quark. Timiochi is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you? Yeah, the entire population isn't dead. Just like 3/4. I thought it would be more than 3/4, to be honest. I thought it was like 10%. Earth still exists, I guess, still. I mean, I guess. It's not the Earth as we know it today, so... Yeah, I did. We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. I know Tenny said that how many people died, but I forget how much. Yeah. It was 180,000? No, wait, no, that was the... that was how powerful the explosions were. I don't remember the actual number. I'm sure New Zealand is fine. Oh yeah, New Zealand probably didn't even know that anything happened, you know? Suddenly the rest of the world is quiet. We just made our own, like, Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, and we called it like Sheep Book or something. I don't know. And instead of Twitter, it's like Flocker. And we were just like happily on our island tending the sheep. The annihilation bomb's going off. It's just a hot summer for you guys. Yeah, but we just got some really pretty sunsets. We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was the messenger. Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and I fell for it. And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come. Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying that he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind. I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me? Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down? We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed. Then there was a bunch of that white smoke and we passed out. And when I woke up, I was in the AB room. Why would you imagine that Quark knew the truth the entire time and actually managed to keep it a secret? Yeah! How old is Quark anyway? Did we ever find out his age? Because that's like really impressive. I feel like if it was me as a young kid, even though I could probably keep the secret, like there'd be signs. Like I'd probably be like dropping stuff and watching it fall or like trying to jump up and down. Like they think he's like 8. Yeah. Quark is over 18? There's no way. There's no way. What? He looks like an itty-bitty kid. He was an orphan? Yeah, true. I guess he doesn't... There's no way. No way. Is that canon? Oh wait, the wiki says he's 10. Thank Christ. Oh my god. Alright, now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. I swear I've seen some stuff that's like... He does give 10 vibes, yeah. 8 to 10, definitely. It makes sense that he's 10. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which in turn is controlled by a man known as Brother. Yeah, this character is over 18, so we don't get in trouble with rating authorities. That's Clover, yeah, that's Clover. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. Yeah, she was 18 in 999. Yeah! If we succeed, it will be bad for Brother and his organization. That's probably why Quark never actually dies in any timeline. Yeah, I was getting that feeling as well. Like, the game just didn't really want to kill a child. Like, we had... I think he did die in... Oh wait, did he die in that pile of bodies? Or was he still, like, comatose in, like, the treatment pod? Anyway, the game was very clearly avoiding the death of Quark. Quark. It really felt like that, like, the whole time. He was missing that timeline. Okay, then he was probably in the treatment pod. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working towards. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to his facility. You can assume that he would have died. Oh yeah, he, like, totally would have died. I think the game just didn't want to rub into her face. It's well that they made a child suicidal to save him from dying in most. Yeah. And he's like the one that's usually like the most obvious with the Radical 6 infection. He's always like the first one to show like obvious signs of something being wrong. But he like lives to the end of like every timeline that we see. They needed to stop the AB project. So Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rice 09. Hence, the bombs. Can I ask you something? Perhaps? How did Brother know about the AB project? He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed? No one objected. We were all curious. Excellent. That explains everyone save 2, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more. However, I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be alright with you, Luna? Yes. That's okay. As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. Also, the other timelines he was talking about on why they're all here, he meant the timelines during the game. Right. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane. Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior? You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline. Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is. Similar to 999, where Akane just recreated the game as she saw it in her vision. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking. It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod? Yeah, let's do it. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents. Okay, let's get started then. Ready? Vi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Called it! What? Suddenly, my head was full of memories from the other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of Floor B. In front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tubercularine, and that was the end of that. But, wait. If the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor? Wait, is that Akane? I just assumed that there were like two of them running around. Is Akane actually Kay? You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I'll be at your side, watching over you. No. Oh my god. You're... Yes. I am... Akane Kurashiki. Ba ba ba! Schrodinger's Akane. Yeah. So you mean in every timeline where Akane was dead, it was not Sigma in K, and in every timeline where we didn't find her body, it was Akane? Or was she in there? No, she kind of been in there regardless, because like that's Schrodinger's cat, right? So having found her dead would have collapsed the waveform or whatever. It's you, June. I mean Akane from, but you're old. Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei. Junpei? Oh my god, Clover didn't realize. I thought she found out. Akane. Long time no see. I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do not to collapse right then and there. Damn, that's rude, Clover. You can't just call people old, I know, right? Technically, Clover, you're old too. Yeah, it depends on how you count age, right? If we're just like counting like Earth years since birth, then yeah, Clover's also old. But biologically, she's not that old. How long? Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse? Once you saved me, I went back to your future. Well, your minds did. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kay's armor. So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already... Yes. I still have to admit, that was a beautiful kick, yeah. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor. No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. I feel like it isn't, but okay. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past. What? No, that's nuts. Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved? What happens then? Who's wearing the armor? That's quite simple. The man in front of you. It kind of is. You just don't know who's in the armor until somebody observes who's in them. Yes, but like the person inside the armor is also like an observer themselves. Like, like it's not, they're not like a subatomic particle. That's a full person with consciousness. They're making decisions. They're interacting with people. Just because you can't see their face doesn't mean... From Sigma's perspective specifically, I don't know, man. I feel like that's like saying that, like, like something doesn't exist until I personally find out about it. That's like main character syndrome or whatever. like like so what, like 10 other people see which way the coin landed, but if I don't see it, it's still both ways, like until I see it, and then me looking at it decides. Like, that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing special about me as an observer. In strict relationship to the thought experiment, the cat can also observe itself. Yeah, but the cat is just a metaphor, right? Like, that's just to make it easier for, like, the layman to grasp the concept or whatever. Like, that wouldn't actually work with a cat and a vial of poison, right? Because you'd have things interacting with the cat. Like, the cat would be observing itself. You've got particles like bouncing around and hitting each other and collapsing their own waveforms that way. And like, then like the box isn't also isolated. Like, there's interactions. Anyway, I know a friend that would confidently say, that's right, it doesn't exist until I know about it. Yeah, I've got a couple of friends like that too. If I also brought up the point that we don't know what actually constitutes us observing, yeah. I am in the camp that there's nothing that special about being observed by a conscious thing. I feel like observing is the act of something interacting with a thing. That's how I've always interpreted it. She explained that nature has its own consciousness and can observe things. Yeah, see, that I don't buy that. I'm not a fan of that. We don't even know what consciousness is. Like, if a tree falls in the woods, if a tree falls in the woods and there's like a seismograph or something there recording it, but not like a sentient person, not a consciousness. Like, how does that count, right? For the observations, like, like the tree falling would still have an effect to everything around it. Like, even if there wasn't a human standing there to watch it. I don't know, man. I feel like that the line doesn't include a seismograph. But people are like, talking about consciousness being important. If you say that it's only being observed by a consciousness that counts, then the seismograph doesn't matter if it's there or not, right? Because it's not conscious. Although then you could argue that you need a consciousness to actually read the results of the seismograph. So so at that point you collapse the waveform or whatever. I don't know. I don't buy it. For me, observation is when a particle ends up interacting with, like, at least one other particle, regardless of that particle bouncing into somebody's eyeballs or not. Him? That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is. What about the memory loss? For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose. The tree thing isn't even about quantum mechanics. Oh yeah. It's just about being able to say something happened without proof, which requires there being no one to hear the tree falling. Right. You can think of that as every timeline where K's identity doesn't matter. There's an iteration of where it's Akane and one where it's K. The game doesn't have every possible iteration, just the relevant ones. That's true. I guess another thing is that, like the reason we can't say it's both Akane and what's his face, not Sigmund, not Sigmund in K's armor, is that yeah. Also, Akane and K's actions are exactly the same no matter who's in the armor. You don't know that though, because like they've got their own thought patterns, right? Like, surely Akane and Sigmund don't think exactly alike, especially since not Sigma has no memory, right? So Akane should be able to predict like how he'll behave and thus behave that way, right? Look, Akane is explicitly emulating L. Yeah, Akane is like you know, keeping a cover and lying and stuff. But like how but I feel like she also shouldn't know exactly how Kay would react because he has memory loss. So the implication is that anything Kay would have done, then Akane would have seen it and done it herself. Oh, you mean like if she just copies what Kay does in the other timelines? I guess that kind of makes sense. Scripted moment, yeah. Anyway, the reason I feel like the whole Schrodinger's K thing doesn't work. Yeah, she's looking at other timelines. Okay, okay. But that's just like a surface level copying, right? Like, how is she observing the other timelines anyway? Like, through cameras or something? I don't know. I call BS. So, who is he? You've never seen him before? No? What about the rest of you? I have no idea who he is. I've never seen him before. Me either. Wait, so so we don't actually look like him? What does Sigma look like? Oh, this is interesting. So we think that we look like this, but that's actually like an incorrect, like, self-identity or whatever. Akane is known to have really good memory since she recreated 999 based on what she saw through Junpei eyes. True, you're right. Total stranger. Okay, so then... Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? So... Okay, wait. Are we the guy in the hologram? Is that what we look like right now? I feel like... Didn't we get called old a couple of times? I feel like Dio, like, called us old or something, right? Am I hallucinating? Am I just making that up? Thanks for the lurk, Emmy. Have a nice evening. I know that, I know I said it first, but I don't like this explanation because it claims she knows things neither she or Junpei ever saw. Yeah, I agree. Remember that comment? You must have been working on that PhD for a long time. Oh, I don't remember that comment, but yeah, we look like the hologram guy, right? Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here? Same face? Everyone's like, what? Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something? Huh? What? It didn't make any sense. Why don't they recognize me? Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past. Or in the future. But what does that mean? Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago. I looked around frantically. A pond! I ran to it and threw myself down on my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond, looking for my reflection. Seeing this revelation as well when you remember that Clover is hitting on you on that one time. You're so right. Yeah, she was like legit like hitting on us, trying to like get us to vote her way. Remember how Tenmyoji went into the room with the hologram before you, and when you both got back, he said, I know who Zero is, and left swiftly? I don't remember that. I really don't remember him saying that. That experience with Tenmyoji was like a bit of a blur for me, though. I feel like a lot of things happened, and it didn't all sink into my psyche properly. I'm sorry for your eye thing. Oh, this is what Google Glass looks like in 2074. We just got an implant. It's fine. I love that we're wearing the same shirt. It's like They purposefully reproduced the shirt that we were wearing when we got abducted. It's this AI ball. It's a prototype now. From AI Somnium? No way! I really want to play that. I've been avoiding AI Somnium Files streams. I've like seen a few people I follow like streaming it. I was like, ooh, maybe I won't. Not really, it's a joke. But like, does it look similar to something from AI Somnium? Alright. What? No. This can't be real. This face. It's your face, Dr. Sigma Kiln. Although to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you. It's an AI ball. Is it an AI or I? It's AI, right? AI ball is just a regular eyeball, but with a differently shaped pupil, and it's usually heterochromatic. Oh. I low-key want to look it up now. You welcome in, Hixie. Welcome in. Hixie Warriors incoming. What a cute raid message. Welcome in, guys. How was Code Vein? Welcome in, Vermal. Welcome in, Innocent Drunk Driver. And of course, welcome in, you are Hixie. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Hi, I'm Sil. I'm an autistic Friday streamer from New Zealand. We play a whole bunch of just random, lots of very random games. Today, we are doing the very last stream of Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward, which I've been playing like all year. It's pronounced eyeball. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Black Blue. It was grueling, but I prevail. Well, I'm very unfamiliar with the game. What kind of game is it? I feel like I recognize the name, but I might just be thinking of Code Geass. Like, oh yes, Code Vein. I've heard this before. It's the anime with the mecha and stuff. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Anime Souls-like. Ooh, I like Souls-like. Maybe I should check that out. Yeah, welcome in, guys. Thank you for the raid. I hope you all had a wonderful stream. Please, if you need to, I tried Code Vein a little. Ooh, it was like, if you guys need to like, you know, do like after stream self-care or anything, please feel free to just sneak off and drop a lurk. I really appreciate you guys coming over. Thank you and welcome in. It didn't seem anything special, but it wasn't bad. Oh yeah. How anime Souls-like? I don't know, that sounds fun. I kind of want to take a peek at it. I'm glad you guys had a good stream. It was grueling, but I prevailed. Good work, you Hixie. Yeah, welcome in, guys. Good to have you here. I remember seeing some really funny jiggle physics in Code Vein. Oh man, how jiggly are we talking? Is this like dead or alive jiggly, or JRPGs always have peak jiggles? They really do. Oh, and by the way, this game, we do have some content warnings, so take a look at the pinned message if you plan on sticking around. Also, like, major spoilers, because this is like the very end of a visual novel. I shall rest. Yeah, rest up, you. Thank you again for the raid. Have a lovely evening. Thank you for bringing everyone over. If you use a Grand Slam skill in front of an NPC, her breasts go flying off screen. Oh, that sounds fun. I always thought it was funny that anime and Japanese media have so many jiggles when Japan itself is pretty conservative. Yeah. I feel like anime is Japan's outlet. like they need somewhere for like, well, it's like the safety valve. Like they're so, I don't know, they're so conservative and like under social pressures and stuff that just all goes like bursting through this tiny hole that is the anime. Yeah. What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit. No, seems like it, right? It's the truth. Have a good stream, Silfriend. Thank you. Yeah, rest up. Have a nice night. It's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, doctor. I'm not a doctor. You will be. It's a consequence. Korea has outlawed everything that is considered adult entertainment, so they gacha games and K-pop appeal to that market. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. A pioneer in the field of genetic engineering. You're lying. No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say that you're going to create him. Create? His name is Kyle Klim. Your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Hi, Frap! How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human bones. But you prepared for that. It's going good, yay! You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he lived inside it. No way! So those flashbacks were accurate? He was an armor as a child? The kids are at a trick-or-treat event and I'm sitting here at work. Oh no! It kept his muscles and bones. Like, I remember saying, like, when we got his flashbacks and we had, like, all the cute art of this, like, little K and tiny armor, like, with, like, a blankie and stuffed animals and stuff, I was like, oh, this is just the game's, like, you know, representation of himself, because he has amnesia and he can't actually remember what he looks like or whatever. Or this is, like... Or this is how Sigma is, like, imagining him because he doesn't know what his face... It was actually him! It's actually what he looked like! It was totally implying that it was just an impression of how they see a younger K, but it was actually foreshadowing, yeah! Oh, that's so good. I love that. Right, it kept his muscles and bones strong. Baby, yeah. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life. But why would future me create a clone? He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. The fact that the younger K had a Zero Junior stuffed animal, yeah! I thought that was just like, you know, the game devs being cute or something. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul, or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch. Wait, so the current Zero Senior Dr. Sigma is already, like, doing stuff, like, 45 years ago? Well, that doesn't make sense, because then causality and stuff, we would have already seen a change. ... Also, what does that mean for Phi? If you can only travel, like, within your own body? What the hell? So we had to live through all of it, but Phi was just frozen alongside Clover and Alice? They swap places, so the old one is where his younger Sigma was on the day he was... See, that doesn't make sense, because that's in the past. That's not how time travel works. I guess time travel kind of doesn't work in real life, so that doesn't really make any sense. But I feel like... So it's not like then and now. I like then is always before now. So whatever he's changing back there, we would have already seen the effects of, and that's all we would have seen. We wouldn't have seen, like, We wouldn't do the, okay, that was one of the things that pissed me off the most about Back to the Future. Is like when you can see him like slowly disappearing and stuff. You're currently on a timeline where he didn't change anything. Right, the separate timelines thing. Okay, that makes sense. Kind of. But him being there has the possibility of creating a new timeline. Alright. So then he goes back, creates a new timeline, and then we jump across, I guess. I guess, like, if we just, like, sit here and die, like, if we all just kill ourselves right now on this timeline in game, then it doesn't matter, right? Because Professor, like, Dr. Sigma has already gone back. There's already another timeline. That's been all set up, so it doesn't matter what happens in this one, right? If he did change anything, this timeline would never know. Yeah, so this timeline's irrelevant, right? We can just prune it off. Alright, so they switch places. That was the chief goal of the project. Wait, so the future person goes into the past person? Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden? You mean this, right? Oh yeah! I forgot about that. Basically any timeline where they're actively doing the AB project is the timeline they failed. I see. Okay. Yes. Oh, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline. Yeah. Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. This graph always confused the hell out of me. It took me forever to understand it. Yeah, now when I first looked at it, I was like, wait, what are these connections? But okay, it's actually his consciousness. From there, you jump to B. Okay, wait, let's take a look at it. Do we have the note somewhere? Am I gonna recognize it just by the title? It's not note about IG, yeah. I don't think we have it here, do we? I don't remember going through it when I was looking for the other thing. Oh, there it is. Pretty sure it's in the, yeah, okay. So this is hang on. So this is like this is normal. We're like a happy, normal college guy. But then here, he gets gassed. And his older self takes over. And then he goes to B. Oh, okay, wait. So this is his like current, like younger consciousness, right? So he gets gassed. He kind of like leaps to the future. His consciousness like leaps to the future. He does like all the AB game stuff here. I have no idea what C is. So then, whatever the hell C is, it shunts him through... Oh, back to, like, D and B. Okay, so are these, like... Are these the AB games? Are these the chromatic doors? This is, like, the place where he's just kind of... jumping around, right? I can't see these anymore. Hang on. So he goes here, through to C, and then comes back, goes through B, touches here again. It's like... So he kind of like takes over... like his not so distant... But anyway. And then after we go here, we go all the way back here. Oh, okay. And this, at this point, he's the 45-year-old Sigma with like the degree and everything. Akane explains it pretty well. Okay, I can't wait to see her actual explanation. We'll see how how it compares to my one. So he comes back over here. He kicks the other consciousness out. It comes into this one. And then this, I think, is where all the stuff explodes. The annihilation generators or whatever. And then we have this timeline. Let me do this in blue. This one where if it does blow up and Earth has all gone to shit. The blue one, which I probably should have done in red. The blue one is if he fails and then he like comes over here and like sets up the AB game or whatever maybe. And then like this one is the like the S rank timeline where he like escapes the loop and he can like move on and everything's fine. Question marks? Right, from there you jump to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You're in your own body, but it's 67 years old. There's a very esoteric line of philosophy that everything has a coordinate in 4D space-time. You can theoretically desynchronize someone out of someone else's main flow of time by a second, and you'd be forever isolated from everyone else. Wow, that's scary. That's terrifying. I hate that. I get what they're saying, though. I feel like somebody should write like a supernatural horror story about that or something. like I don't know, the people that get like desynchronized, like as if, you know, like your computer clock stopped like syncing with like the server clocks and you got like desynchronized. But like for your brain, and like you get trapped in this like 4D space-time, like where you're like isolated from everyone else, and that's what demons are. Like all the demons and like in the ether, like that, you know, that's like on the other plane of existence are actually humans that got like desynced with with like everyone else's flow of time. Isn't that the one wisp lady from Ant-Man and the Wasp movie? I don't know if I've seen that. I think I did, because at one point I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch all of the Marvel movies back to back because I feel like I'm missing some information. So I watched all of them that were out at the time and I retained nothing. It was too much. I don't remember any of it. When she fades out of existence, she's desyncing. Oh. Okay, it's kind of cool they did that. I feel like the science in Marvel movies is that, yeah, that falls into that like uncanny valley of like soft sci-fi stuff for me. They do some weird science stuff in superhero movies. I'm not really a fan. Alright, you're in your own body, but it's 67 years old. Yeah, Marvel did a lot of soft quantum physics. Yo, when they started talking about neutrinos, right? I feel like neutrinos came up in some of those movies, and I just fucking lost it. Like, I couldn't. I was caught between wanting to throw furniture and like laugh until I threw up. Like, I hated it so much, but it was like so ridiculous. What annoys me about Marvel doing this shit is that people just think that like, oh, neutrinos, it's just like this fun sci-fi word that Marvel came up with to be like sciencey or whatever. They exist! Neutrinos are really cool! They exist! They're real! They're in quantum physics! Don't do this to me! Yeah, the concept of shrinking down to smaller than an atom, absolutely no sense. Like, like all the, like everything in the superhero type movies that involves like changing size, usually that just completely prove it. Alright, I'll make a giant swimming pool full of chlorine, like underground then, because that's how they captured neutrinos before. There's been experiments, they've done that. Chlorine. I hate how Marvel has Thor and a bastardized Norse mythology in its canon. Makes all the Marvel feel like some dude's fanfiction. Yes, yes, yes. I thought that never fit in very well. Like, what is up with Thor and like the whole Norse thing? And then like this, I don't know, it just didn't fit for me. Because I think the explanation was something like them making your own atoms close together. Yeah, that doesn't, no. That comes with its own problems. Like, Like, atoms have gravity too. Everything has gravity. Everything with mass has gravity. And then, like, there's, like, magnetism and stuff. Like, just because you, like, you know, make... I just can't. I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Alright, your consciousness jumped 45 years into the future. The gravity thing is why Ant-Man has super strength while he is... That... what? What? I just can't. Like, imagine watching My Little Pony. One of the characters is just like, hi, look at my best friend, Jesus Christ. He'll be hanging out with us for the rest of the show from now on. Yeah, that is exactly what it feels like. Denser equals more strength. I what? Just what? I'm gonna stop thinking about it. Right, I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. Hey, hold up. Okay, wait. Can we just take a second? If we look at how long, like, Sigma's hair was in 2028, and look at how long his hair is now, there's no way you wouldn't notice that difference in your hair. If you went to sleep one night and your hair was only like 3 inches long, and then and then you woke up the next morning and your hair was like twice that, twice, 3 times the length, how do you not notice? You'll be constantly like brushing it out of your face. And like the thing in his eye, surely, like, yeah, how did he not notice he was old? Yeah, he's been busy playing a game. Look, I don't know, man. You're used to having long hair now? Okay, well, imagine that you woke up and like your hair was cut like to half its length or something. Like, you'd notice that. I notice that every time I get like artificial arms. Well, his hair was shorter when he was grabbed. Yeah. Imagine, like, even going the opposite way. Like, I notice, like, whenever I get a haircut, right? Because I'm really lazy and I hate going to the hairdresser. I tend to go a while between haircuts because I don't want the social interaction. I notice I like get up off the chair and it feels like my head is like so much lighter. I would definitely notice if I just woke up with it gone or in like the opposite direction. I only notice my hair is light right after the haircut. I notice it for like days afterwards. Like days after my haircut, I'm still like moving my head around and kind of feeling it like, oh my god, it's so nice not being weighed down by all this hair. I'm sure his voice must have changed in 45 years. See, that one I can understand not... Yeah, internal voice always sounds a bit weird. Yeah. I can understand him not picking up on the difference in his own voice, because like the way your voice sounds is never how you hear it in your head, right? So I can understand that part. The hair though! And the giant thing in his eye, how do you not touch that accidentally? How often do you guys touch your face? Because I'm touching my face a lot. Like, I always touch my face and rub my eyes and like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I would accidentally touch this thing in my eye. It's pretty big! Look at it! Look at how big the artificial eye is! I would definitely have accidentally knocked my hand against that at some point. I touch my face all the time to the point that my mom would always tell me to stop. Oh no. Yeah, I'm always rubbing my face. So how often do you touch your eye to see if you've gotten a replacement eye? Hey, Smoke Cloud, how are we feeling? Right now, I am getting passionate about quantum physics and your sense of self. I need you to know. Okay, what? Also, like, I rub my eyes a lot, okay? It's not that I'm always poking my eyeball or anything, but, like, I rub the corner of my eyes. I accidentally guessed 2 hours into my playthrough as a joke. No way! And then you forgot that you said it. Oh my god. Oh, that is so funny. I love that so much. Yeah, because these games are pretty long, right? So 2 hours in is like really early. Wouldn't it be funny if Sigma was 0? Yeah, look, yo, chat said that a lot in my streams, I think. Like, everyone was like, lol, Sigma's 0. And I was like, oh, I don't know, like... like, I don't know, they kind of did that last game, or like, it doesn't... The vibes don't feel right. It makes sense that he's not 0 yet, basically. He ends up becoming 0. But like... Funny enough, a lot of people I see playing this game always jokingly say, what if Sigma is 0? Yeah, never believe themselves when they say it because it's so cheesy. It's because you don't expect it to happen, because that's like a cop-out. Or at least it would be if it wasn't for like the whole consciousness thing. But yeah, we've had multiple comments about Sigma being 0 and me being like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if it feels right. Sigma's like a bit of a himbo. Alright, I believe that may explain why you don't notice the reduced lunar gravity. Oh yeah, he was fine because he'd been living here, like his body's already accustomed to it. To be fair, if you didn't commit to the theory about Sigma being 0, it's just a throwaway comment. Yeah. And we make a lot of those in these sorts of games. At least I do, anyway. I say like a lot of dumb crap. As soon as like a thought like drifts through my head, it comes out of my mouth. It's easy to make a throwaway comment about anyone being 0. It is, yeah. Right, the body you woke up in was much older. Normally you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. It's hard to back it up with the reasonable evidence. Yeah, it is. Moving on. If you continue along this line, what happens next? I feel like I may have said something when we saw the hologram as well, being like, is this just like older us or something? Okay, but the lower gravity doesn't explain how no one else noticed the change. They did though, like, kind of, in a real like bullshit way. Because there was those like comments made about like feeling weird and like floaty and stuff. If you applied the radical 6 to everyone, that would mess up Sigma. Yeah. I feel like her explanation of being like, oh, you would have noticed that your muscles were like worse, but it was just lighter in here, so you didn't notice. It's like, oh, well. Also, the body was just like, also just accustomed to being on the moon because you've been here for like a bunch of years. If I didn't know, then she wouldn't have done all those jumps. Yeah, true. Alright, no! Monday! Okay, Monday has redeemed a false break. So in about 20 seconds, we're going to go and take a 3-minute break. Take the chance to grab a snack. It has been 2 hours. Yeah, you're right. I'm kind of surprised no one did it earlier. Anyway, take this chance to hydrate, go refill your go refill your like glasses, get juice, whatever, grab a snack. I'll see you guys back here in 3 minutes after these messages. Hey guys, welcome back. I hope you all went and hydrated or whatever. I got myself another cup of peppermint tea. We are gonna run out of peppermint tea. Alex isn't gonna be able to drink like any of this box. Welcome back, thank you. I also took the opportunity to change my pants. It got a little warm in here, so I changed it to shorts. Does it taste like mint? Not like candy canes, you know. It tastes, I don't know. It's quite the revelation, yeah. I'm sorry, I had to make it weird. I find it funny. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't taste like the mint in like confectionery, but it tastes more like, you know, mint, the actual plant, if you've ever tried that. Alright. Mint tea is pretty good. I hated it right up until I had to drink it when I got nauseous, so now I suddenly like it. Alright, so let's see. I'm just gonna quickly recap this flowchart because we started it like a million years ago. A is where everything began on December 25th, 2028. We got knocked out with the smoke, and then we jumped to B, which was the January 25th, 2074. You woke up in the AB rooms in Rhizome 9, own body, but at 67 years old. There were wild licorice plants growing near my hometown that I would smell and nibble on as a kid. Oh, cool. I've never, like, tried an actual licorice plant. That's super cool. Alright, consciousness jumped 45 years into the future. And that's supposedly why we didn't notice that we were on the moon. And if you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. Hi, Alex! Hello, Sil, I like your word chat, thank you! Can't believe we're finally at the finale of BL. I know! It's been so long. This is like my 26th stream of BLR. I've been streaming it like all year. I meant to find out like when I actually first streamed it. I'm pretty sure it was like, I don't know, like January or February or something. Maybe March. March at the latest, I want to say. We're at 26 streams. How's it going, Alex? How's your day been? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today. Whoa. Wait. What do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up? 36 hours, to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. Oh yeah, good point. The virus slowed your brain down. Wait, did we see a clock going like weirdly fast somewhere? We saw like a clock at some point, right? I feel like there were comments made. How about the security footage? When we went to the security room, I don't think there was a clock. Okay, maybe I'm just imagining it then. I'm like really bad about like hallucinating stuff. Been a good busy day. Oh nice, I love it when it's good busy. Yeah, there was a clock in the bar, like the first room that we did, but that must have been stopped, right? And yeah, the security room. Presumably the security footage also has the clock mutated, but why would they do that? They would have made everything in the rhizome slower to help with the illusion. Everything though? But I mean, they were living here, whereas the people that, you know, they put like this is only the last couple of days of like the entire time since they've been living on the moon in rhizome 9. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I buy it. There's something they've been planning for 45 years. That's a good point. Yeah, they had a long time to plan. It's not just something they did overnight. Yeah, you're right. That's a lot of effort, though, to change, like, the timestamps on the security. Anyway, the virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seems like 14 hours and 40 minutes. Akane must be talking so slow. Does Akane have a Radical 6 right now? Is she having to, like, talk real slow to make sure that everyone is understanding her? She must have it. She must have it, right? Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to communicate, yeah. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029? So this is... Okay. You will return to your younger body. But that's the same day as the reactor explosions. Yes. She was in the K-suit all this time. Yeah. She must be infected. Otherwise, like, you can't keep that up. You can't fake it. That's way too long. 36 hours? That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body, until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma? January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago. Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of the 37-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body? Point A. December 25, 2028. The day all this started. Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past. But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C. That is correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C. So it's rotating? Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path. With one exception. This line here at point E, right? Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse. The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility. Yes, by now you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, then we can change what happened 45 years ago. So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into my 22-year-old body in New Year's Eve in 2028. Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C, and for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point. Welcome back, Emmy! So that we might save mankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years. So then, oh wait, are we gonna get out? Are we gonna get out of like Rhizome 9, walk a little further, and then head into like another dome or wall or something, and then escape that? And it's like, surprise! You weren't actually looking at Earth. We were just pretending that to make all the histories make sense. Like Earth is actually fine now because you did the thing. I'm never gonna write a time travel where it's just not just going forward. Yeah, time travel stories get really complicated. I love Primer, though. Primer is my favorite time loop. Oh, actually, if we're talking about, like, time loop stories, we watched a really cute one a few days ago called River. It's a Japanese live action, has some, like, cute twists on the genre that I really enjoyed, and it's just, like, really, like, kind of goofy and silly and cute, and I really liked it. It was adorable. If you like time loop movies, I fully recommend River. The Time Traveler's Wife did it pretty well. I've never seen that one because it sounded kind of emotional. Like it sounded like it had too much feelings for me. I have heard about that movie though. It is very emotional. Yeah. Yeah, Alex likes that movie, I think. It's a love story that involves time travel. Yeah, I just don't like love stories. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too cynical for them or something. I'm just not into romance. Alright, tell me one thing. What is that? You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump. And I'll jump to April 13, 2029. Yes, that's right. I think I'm too cynical. Steins Gate? Oh, really? I enjoyed Steins Gate when I watched the anime. I am planning to stream the game when I get to it eventually. But, like, I don't want to do more than one visual novel per week, so it might take me a while. But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen? Very soon. I like that anime, but the time travel aspect didn't look all that accurate. Yeah. I bought the game years ago and I still haven't touched it. Yeah, I bought my copy like a year ago. I don't understand why Steins Gate has like a million spin-offs now. Wait, does it? I don't know. I didn't know about the spin-offs. I know that the anime is based on the game and not the other way around, but that's like all I know. Right, very soon. Soon? Yes. And what's going to trigger it? We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness to the 4th dimension. Thanks for the lurk, Yeti! Not spin-offs, some of them are indirect sequels. Oh, cool. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot. And how do you propose to do that? Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain. What do you mean? You haven't figured it out? I mean this. Rather, the game devs made a bunch of games that happen in the same universe, so some of their characters bleed over. Oh, that's cute. Ow! Thank you for the hydrate, Yeti. Enjoy disappearing. Where's my water? I played Chaos Head and it was a mushroom trip. Oh, that sounds fun. I like trippy games. Dio's knife? No sooner the words out of my mouth. Fi! I screamed and leapt towards them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving towards Fi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. He looks so weird in this shirt. Like, I can't... like, the steampunk head that's, like, on this, like modern, like, urban like street clothes like t-shirt. Like it looks super weird. After the terrible anime, I'm curious about the visual novel for Chaos Head. I didn't know Chaos Head was an anime. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize it was Akane's body, lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui, ego eras. I already forgot what that meant. What you are, I was. Oh yeah. There's Steins Gate Zero, apparently a sequel. They made a remake called Steins Gate Elite. Okay. Another remake called Steins Gate Reboot, and another sequel named S ? Apparently. I love it. We're getting this. We're getting the credits. The anarchy symbol and the badge is kind of laughable. Yeah, on the shirt. It's so bad. Honestly, it feels like beating a dead horse to me, but that's probably cynicism beating through. Yeah, I'd be interested to see if they're actually any good. How did they do this with the voice acting? I've had the voice acting like turned off the whole time. But did they have voice acting for Sigma? How did they pull that off? Like, they just like use the same voice actor. Sigma has no voice, but everyone else does. Oh, I see. Thank you. That makes sense. He has a voice in the third game, though. Oh, no way. It was only... Wait, he's in the third game? Wait. I didn't know... I don't know anything about the third game. It's only weird in the Steam version, because if I recall correctly, 999 Junpei is voice acted. Oh. It's something that a lot of people complain about the game, that Sigma is unvoiced, but they don't realize him not having a voice is lore relevant. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been... I'm glad I played it with no voice acting at all. I feel like having him unvoiced may have bothered me. Only the remake of 999's voice, the original is not. Oh. My bad, but it's not spoiler territory, it's established immediately. Okay, so it just happens. Okay, even just for the record, like, you're all good, Emmy, but just for the record, for like future reference, I would prefer not to know anything about the games going in. Even if I like find out like as soon as I open the game, I want to have that experience of finding out. Oh, we got the fire ending. I want like the experience of finding out like the way like I would have if I wasn't streaming, like if I wasn't already talking to a bunch of people about it. All right, new destination on the flowchart. All right, so we can go like back in time now to like when he was abducted. People die in the next game. No way. Yeah, no, this is like now we've got like another cute little flowchart, like even before the before other one. Cast of a game can be considered spoilers if it's a death game. I assume like like I feel like I may have learned that he was in the third game. Like, just like if I wasn't deliberately avoiding literally everything about it, I may have like found that out by accident already. Pretty big teaser / banner for the Zero Time Deliver as it was released. Oh, really? I do wish to jump. Yes. Headquarters, April 13. I can send it to you if you want. Does it have everything I already know about it, which is only that Sigma is in it? Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I I'm sorry, I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So, excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now, but I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. It's nice that we're getting some 2D art. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye. Hi, Ellen. Wait, she's killing herself on TV? Really? Couldn't you have, like, ended the broadcast before you did that? For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until with a click, it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. Radical 6, crazy, yeah. Of course it's Akane. Why is it always Akane? You! Why are you always doing everything? It looks like the first step was successful. What the fuck? You killed me! Killed? I guess technically you're gonna kill me 45 years from now, but still! Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine. I love how she talks like she knows that. I'm loving that we get 2D art back, though. Same robes that was in 999. Oh, I was wondering, like, where I recognized the robes from. I'm okay? Yes. You and Fi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way. Me and Fi? Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Fi to jump. Yeah, who is Fi? What's her deal? No. You know what happens next, right? We go to the moon? Correct. We'll be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9 along with 3 treatment pods. Alice and Clover, right? Yes. What about the third one? Who's in there? Pi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who had jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are. Is she a billionaire? I know, it kind of seems that way, doesn't it? And she still is. Then that means that after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body? Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years. Sleeping in ice. Then, when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right? Correct. Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me in one of those pods? Sigma, you're the doctor! You need to, like, do everything. We can't do that. Why not? You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you'll be unable to create Lyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Teimyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. Yeah, where is Akane getting all this money? You're so right. You just casually become the smartest man alive. I know! Sigma, like, doesn't seem that smart. Like, 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 I'm kind of shocked he's working on a PhD. You will defrost Pi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028. And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out? You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them. What about you? Aren't you an Esper too? I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help. Literally the only thing you know about Sigma is that he was working on a PhD. We have no idea how smart he actually was before this. Yeah. Yeah, plenty of people start PhDs and then don't actually finish them, it's true. So, what do I need to do? What do you mean? Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then? You'll both enter the Mars mission test site. And after that? I don't know. What? I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical 6 is saved. We don't even know why it was there in the first place. Ah, crap. Then we're screwed. That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you'll find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle. Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous? The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say that you told me after you failed. The story is so crazy because all they're doing is to ultimately save one timeline and the others are just doomed. Yeah! What? Yeah. Crap, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, is Zero Time Dilemma going to be like this bit in the facility? like them trying to stop the virus? Are we actually gonna see all of that in this game? What did I say? That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and you lost your arms and your right eye. My arms and my right eye? What the hell? Suddenly, a low rumble shook the building. This is pretty funny. What was that? And that's how he lost his arms and an eye, yeah. Go have a look. Like, come on, Sigma. What do you mean you don't notice your metallic ass arms? I mean, I kind of buy it. He's only been here, like, his consciousness has only been here for a couple of minutes. So I buy him not noticing, like, the metal arms, like, when he was super distracted for a few minutes. But, like, 36 hours in 2074, not noticing that he had a freaking metal eye that was sticking out of his face. Yeah, he was awake for like 5 minutes, a little stabbed. Yeah, he thought he was stabbed, yeah. I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly towards the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. I miss when the game was just about Titanic. Yeah, I kind of like end or beginning. what a hilarious way to like end the game. Did you do it? I think so. Save. Return. Yeah, it's okay, wait. There's this. There's this infirmary another time. Yes? Yeah, so only the younger Sigma will be able to appreciate the new timeline. Yeah. Yeah, Josh, the timeline just keeps growing. We're seeing like we keep like getting like bits of the timeline. So here's the main one that we started with, right? It started here. Like this is where the game started. And then like we got this like this little like 3-node bit above it, and then there's this little 2-node part like that's completely separate from the main like flow chart here, and then like this other prequel thing. And then now we've got like another little offshoot that's like not connected to the main timeline on the flowchart. Where? I see you finally woken up, Kyle. Kyle? Ah, yes. So we're the clone. I guess we're the clone right now. Also, I hope this isn't spoilers. Your character is voiced now. Oh, cool. Yeah, it won't be spoilers. I wasn't gonna turn on the voice acting anyway. Ah, yes, of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing. I lurched upright, jumping off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me. Oh, and it's not K's VA! What was K's VA like? Was it like distorted from going through, like, the helmet? There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to Kyle Klim. So I'm Dr. Klim, Zero Senior's clone? A little, yes? Okay. What? How do you know that? Oh, so we're wiping off mirrors now. I know, right? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia? How did Sigma not do this sooner? Well, Sigma thought he already knew what he looked like, so there wasn't any need for him to, you know, clean mirrors to look at himself. Like, unless he felt like he got something on his face, I guess. But like... Oh yeah, Luna's password! Oh yeah, I love Klim backwards! Yeah! I remember that, I still have it written down. Oh, so Luna loves him? Cute. Yeah, good point. Junpei, that was like the first thing Junpei did. But only because it was there. I don't know if he would have like cleaned it and looked at the mirror if it wasn't already clean. What I'm surprised by is that like nobody else, like there were like 9 people or whatever. There's a key taped to the mirror. Oh. Yeah, like I'm surprised that nobody else cleaned off any of the mirrors. Like some of the girls are wearing makeup. Like if I was wearing makeup and I woke up, then I would probably like clean off a mirror to just see how my face looked, like to make sure I wasn't walking everywhere with like mascara just smudged all over my face, you know. I'd probably want to clean myself up. Yeah, you're telling me Alice wouldn't want to check herself out? Yeah. You know, make sure everything's sitting correctly. Like, see, I'm not surprised that Junpei didn't seek that Sigma didn't seek a mirror himself. But I'm kind of surprised that nobody else did. And that as a result, we didn't accidentally encounter a cleaned mirror. An excellent question, one I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Klim was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. I still love this picture. It's super cute. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. At first I just assumed all the mirrors were uncleanable until the scene. Me too! Me too! The art of Baby K is really cute, yeah. All the bomb passwords are one character Caesar shifts. Oh, really? Oh, really? I want to look at... Okay, I still have them written down. I'll probably go take a look at that later. I knew everything about him. But even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Clem? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. This spitting image of Sigma Clem in his younger days. Oh yeah, there's also the gold files. Yeah, I was playing through the gold files. I was gonna finish off this game, look at the gold files, and have a discussion. And the discussion in the gold files is kind of gonna be one thing, probably. Hopefully we have enough time for it. It's almost 3 hours into stream already. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. I turned around to Luna. What day is today? January 27th, 2074. Then today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And then she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep? About 5 hours in real time. For them it would have seemed a little more than 2 hours. So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6? No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect. The scenario of waking up with someone else's face but still recognizing yourself as yourself would freak me out so much. Well, the thing is, for if I'm understanding Sigma's consciousness's experience so far, this would be his own face. This would be the face that he's used to. He had a brief 5 minutes earlier where he had the metal arms and a poked out eye and stuff. And he was like, oh my god. But as far as he's aware, he's looked like this the whole time. That's his self-image. Also, well to know that Luna never had Radical 6, so she's just processing everyone's speech in real time. Yeah, but she's a robot. Zero Junior as well. Yeah, but they're computers. They can just get that effect by slowing down their clock or whatever. It just takes a while to have an effect. It's still impressive that nobody noticed. I don't know. I feel like you wouldn't. You would notice other effects before you noticed Zero Junior. She has to be talking slower too. Yeah, but okay, if I were the people that set all of this up, I would just make the computers system time run slower. the base clock, the base frequency. I just match that up. Even then, it doesn't really matter. So the computer that you're using right now, whether that's your desktop or laptop or mobile device, that all has a system clock, right? That has the computer clock that's running at however much frequency. The computer is already slowing down to talk to you, no matter how slow that you're going. So even if they were going, if they were processing everything at a normal speed, Luna would still have to, slow down to speak at a rate that humans could understand. Because, yeah, it wouldn't be so weird, yeah. And she just comes off as a calm person, that's true. But Luna's a freaking robot, so it's just computer chips in there. She's already having to slow herself down. That's just how fast the computer is thinking, not how fast the computer is speaking. I don't think there's a difference. What's the difference? I feel the speed, how fast the computer speaks is like a human machine interface thing, right? So you setting Luna on 1/6 speed like a YouTube video. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the machines like speaking to a human would already be like, they would have already set the speaking speed for the humans like base speed. So it's not that much of a difference. Like, I guess the difference between she's naturally slow, she's running Windows. Help. See, I feel like the difference between like the computer's processing speed to like how slow you'd have to speak to like a normal human, that gap compared with the gap between how slowly you'd have to talk to a normal human and how slowly you'd have to talk to a human infected with Radical 6, I feel like that's a much smaller gap than like the machine one, personally. I don't know, that's just my opinion. Since my speed was solidly mid-quality machine, I still have to forcibly slow it down. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, like you have to slow it down for humans, regardless of how quickly the humans are thinking, like whether they have Radical 6 or not. Yeah, processing versus output. Yeah, the output is always geared towards like whoever's consuming the data, right? So like, if your output was going to be consumed by another machine, then you would like put the speed of that output to that machine, right? You can make it go faster. Whereas if your output is going to be consumed by a human, depending on even like how it's being consumed, like whether you're going to see it visually or hear it or like just look at a file that it generates, like that's like the speed that comes out to you is just all going to depend on the human that's going to be looking at it. So yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be that weird for Luna to be like speaking slower. I don't think it would feel unnatural for her at all because she's a robot. It would be super weird if she wasn't a robot and she had to like slow herself down that much as a human. Ah, I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked 5, right? Yes. Why am I here? I'm more talking about the quality of the audio coming out of whatever speaker she's using to talk. Ah, okay. That depends on where you put like the digital to analog conversion. If you put the conversion like, I don't know, if you put it in the wrong place, I can't remember which way it goes, but having like the conversion to analog from digital will like smooth out the bitrate. Analog is just better for that kind of thing. Why am I here? The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden. This kind of reminds me of those experiences when a person's having a stroke and then you ask them questions and some say that they can think of the answers, but the part of the brain assigned to speaking just doesn't respond. That's like me like 30% of the time. Right, yeah, so the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klim, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness. That's me all the time. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I just like shut down and get a little bit non-verbal. Like I just cannot, like I know exactly what I'm thinking, but I just can't get it out of my mouth. Yes, but how do you know that? Dio seems to have remained unconscious. Yes, I've been administrating software whenever he gets restless. What about the others? They've all gone off to different areas. Timoji and Quark, for instance. That cannot be healthy for Dio. Yeah, no way. Not that I care. Yeah, screw him. Oh, right, Mr. Klim. So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh? What are you two doing here? You don't know where we are? This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one. Yeah, I don't think they care for Dio's health. Yeah. We were just about to get dressed and head out. You plan to return then? To Earth, I mean. Yeah. Sigma told us that we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, I guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Clem now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it. Why? What do you mean, why? Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here. How's staying here gonna help? You're not gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? Hi, Elder! Welcome in!
Hello. Hi guys, hi! How you guys doing? I hope you guys are treating so well today on this fantastic Tuesday, or whatever day it is.
It's Wednesday.
Woo! Thanks for coming, guys. We love you! Woo!
I really need to boost his voice lines, they're so quiet. What's your opinion on Quack's hat? At first I thought it was weird, but it grew on me. Yeah, me too. I first saw it and I was like, what the hell is that? Take that thing off. Oh no, it's kind of cute now. You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, the history's not going to change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest and the other stretches out to the northeast. Some guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. Let's go northwest, he says. So they take the northwest road, but about a mile past the intersection something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows down through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop though. They keep riding down the highway and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do? Let's go northeast. That means that 100 of the bikers, all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident? Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right? Damn, Sigma, you really failed all of humanity and then said, peace, I'm out. Yeah. Not exactly old man Sigma's still here. He's living through his failure. Yeah, but he just kind of went like, peace to Earth and went to the moon. And now he's like, just sitting here with his happy little family. Ah, right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if the only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Which consciousness does old man Sigma now then? The old one? Wait. Yeah, we're currently in the perspective of Clem, the clone. So I'm not sure like what consciousness we have right now. But like currently the Sigma like in this space with us, not this room, but like the space. That one should be his like normal old man one now. Yeah, they already mentioned the old Sigma's in Sigma's body, yeah. And you're currently in K's body, yeah. I don't know, it just feels weird. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could out of the hand that they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless. And finding happiness even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can... Look, I'm not going to just accept it, okay? You get it? If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet. Is he right? No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something. Point of clarification, you don't know who you are right now, and that's why your name is question marks. Oh, okay, cool. Or it was, at least. All right. Thank you. Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good. Thanks, kid. I understand how you feel. Why do you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you. Right. Uh-huh. Have you already said goodbye to the others? Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here. They were the only people you want to say goodbye to? No point saying anything to Dio. And besides, he's asleep. And you were asleep too. Sorry, but we don't really know much about you. You have a point. Akane was in the armor this timeline, after all. What about Sigma? If you were Kyle, wouldn't it make much sense because you know things Kyle should know? Yeah, that's what I was kind of confused about. Like, the game is telling us that we're Kyle, or at least, like, you know, leaning that way. But it feels like we actually have Sigma's memory. Like, we're like 25-year-old Sigma or something, or however the hell old he was. Luna questioned it when you first woke up. She asked how you knew what you knew. Yeah, she did say that. So yeah, I'm pretty suspicious. Like, maybe it's a copy of our consciousness? I don't know. Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore. Of course. He's Dr. Clem now that his consciousness has returned. Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know? And Akane? Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Now she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't there. She's not anywhere. In the end, Clover and I were just pawns. Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand. But it kind of sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25 and 2028. They'll stop the Radical 6 and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen. But we don't. We're stuck with point C as our starting point. I agree with Tim Myoji, I don't think it's possible to hold your own humanity with all this time traveling, yeah. Although, like, Akane's not really time traveling, right? Like, she seems to have access to the timelines, like, but I don't think she can jump between them, can she? Not in the way that these guys are doing. She just kind of, like, knows about them all at the same time? Question marks? You told us about Temyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles. It'd be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection, and then whoever grabbed us take us to wherever the bikers are going 10,000 miles to the northwest. Don't get us wrong, we know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back right before the intersection. If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But it's still not the best situation for those of us left in the northwest. It's confusing. It's implied that she's less jumping and more seeing her own alternate timelines. Yeah, that's the impression that I got. But the way their powers work, she would have actually jumped into that timeline to know. Yeah. Like, in theory, because they're timelines, they're all happening at the same time, right? So, like, what's the true difference between Sigma and Phi's jumping, quote-unquote jumping, and Akane's, like seeing it all at once in parallel, right? It feels like the same thing, just, like, flavored differently. We're stuck in the reality where 90 bikers died. Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago. Even if it is for the greater good. It just doesn't seem fair, does it? But the way their powers work, should we just... Oh, wait, I read the one. Akane, Sigma, and Phi all have the same powers. Oh, okay. It's just a 999 she also synced with Junpei, right? By the way, Sil, which Clover outfit do you prefer? 999 or VLR? I like the 999 outfit better. And I swear, like... like, it's not a Skullgirl kink or anything. I just like the outfit better. The VLR outfit is, like, just a bit too flashy for me. I don't know. I'm not into it. It also has, like, no balance to it. Yeah, I agree, Emmy. It just doesn't seem fair, does it? Yeah, it's a little bit much. But the way their powers work, they can't reliably control into what timeline they jump into, so it has to be Phi and Sigma going back into the past because they already saw that timeline. Right. I don't see why Akane wasn't, like... Why is she just kind of assisting? Like, I don't see why she isn't also jumping. Like, in the same way that Phi and Sigma are. Like, would the same thing work for her? Okay, so we went and talked to the old lady. She told us that there is one way. But that's the thing, we don't know what happened on that day that they're trying to get to. True, good point. She told us that there is one way. One way we could get back to the past. Let's say that you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least. Yes, you're right. But this is different. Different? How so? From what she said, it sounded like there's a way that we can send our bodies back in time too. That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time? But that wouldn't happen. Akane says there's a way around that. How on earth does she plan to do that? Schrodinger's cat. What? Oh, hey Kyle. Figured you'd come here eventually. Where's Dr. Klim? Luna said that you were with him. He said that he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there, if you're curious. Oh, right, he told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it? Sure. Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, I should also know. I've instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is. What does he mean, other than Kyle? Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask? Right. Well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Vi? I'm not Superman, that's for sure. I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a Merman or a Wolfman. I'll go and rest. Glad to see you finish the game. Yeah, rest up, Alex. Thank you for dropping by. Thanks for chatting. I hope you have a nice rest. She's doing it again. I know she was doing it again. I'm not a Brahmin or a common or a ramen. I'm not a Kaiman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything. Why does she do this? Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something, which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there frozen until the time was right. Then, on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. That's when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path that you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from point E, you headed straight to point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future where you woke up on the garden floor. That puts you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time that you spent in cold sleep, for you only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything? No, everything you talked about you got right. What do you mean by that? I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it. And I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please please explain? It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2, I'm not reading this whole thing out loud. This is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being constant squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus, oh, for fuck's sake, 1 plus that is usually going to evaluate into something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations, it works, even if it technically isn't correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff that you were talking about, right? As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems. I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions. So what was it that you wanted to ask about? No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you? Yes. What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with a simulated mission to space? Sorry, but I can't tell you that. Why? Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. Do you understand? I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know? You're about to go back to the past, right? The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that. Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all of this? You know my past. Sigma's past. I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Klim. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're a Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely? Then, where's the real Kyle's consciousness? He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the Doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Klim's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve in 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary. And that's why he created him? Yes. So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission. Correct. There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body didn't exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he entered my body? Have we just switched places? I suppose you could put it that way, yes. That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? Are you telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body? No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that has entered a closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you. I have no idea what you... Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Find Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world. There's no way. Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028? Well, yes, I do, but then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can escape reality? Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine. Remember what I've told you. Only you can change history. Only you can save the world. Alternative end. It should be noted that although this last scene was answered a few questions, strictly speaking, it's officially non-canon according to Uchikoshi. No way. Although we don't know what about it is non-canon. It's implied that the consciousness inside Kao's body is actually the player. Cool. Alright, save this. Is this it? Are we done now? Is Zero Time Dilemma going to be what happens at that test facility? Yep, that's it. Yeah, 65 hours of gameplay. To be fair, some of that time I just had the game open in the background while I talked, or I just like finished stream and forgot to close it. But yeah, like 65 hours. Do you want to see the promo material for Zero Time Dilemma? Only if it tells me what I don't, or wait. Even if, wait. Only if there's information that I already know on there. Okay. So now we need to go look at the Golden Files! I can finally look at. Oh my god, there's like 16 pages. Jesus Christ. Wait, is this... These are the Golden Files, right? The secret ones. Is there any order that I should look at these in? Do I just like start here? Or should I start at like 16? Most of the gold files are fun little trivia. Okay. We can read them in any order. Alright, let me just start here then. Oh, so let me just check this message from Alex. Sweet. Alright. There's a little something more about the bomb deactivation passwords. Those oh, this is what you were saying earlier. Those passwords, they aren't just... Is it gibberish or gibberish? There's something hidden in each one. I can only give you one hint. +1. Good luck. There's a lot more to the story, but I think that we'll stop the secret archives here. Wait, so I should have... I should have read... It's gibberish. Thank you. I should have read this last. Thank you for the secret archives. Okay. Wait, let me... I guess since we are looking at this, I might as well look at the bomb passwords now, right? I didn't write down one of them. Oh wait, yes I did. Okay. These are the passwords that we have. So I think this was bomb 1. Oh, sorry, bomb 0. I don't know which bomb this is for. I can't remember. Maybe this is bomb 0 and then this is bomb 1. I don't know. I lost track. So they said +1, right? So do I just add 1 letter to each of these? That's bomb 0, but the number doesn't really matter. All right. So then this would be... I'm going to embarrass myself here. C, what's after Q? Q, R? SUV? And then Z, so it's A, right? A. Oops. R turns into S. G. Crash? J, K. D, E, X, Y, R, S. Oops. Crash Keys? Crash Keys is the name of Akane's organization, and it's a play on her last name, Krashiki. Cool. Alright, bomb 2. E, F. Let me turn on some background noise. F, Q is R, D is E. Free. Wait, this is meant to be S, right? MNO TUKL. Freeze the soul. Wait. Freeze the soul? Why does Z? What did they just give up trying to make a word that would like fit in here? Free Z soul. Free the soul. Okay. I gotcha. Z is for that, gotcha. So this is like 2008 like SMS shorthand. Okay. LM XY QR LMHICD Myrmidon. Yeah, oh, and yeah, Myrmidons. Cute. How about this one? They had a limited number of characters. Yeah, they did. MYAB QRNOST. My brother? Yeah, my brother. Cute. Alright. Myrmidons is clay dolls in Japanese because they changed the name of Dio's. Oh, I see. So, who was Spy? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. A can stand for after and B for before, but they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened in this facility is part of the AB project. Yeah, they already told us this in the game. If you got the Japanese version of the game, the bomb password would be different. Oh, cool! After the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover, as Solo, was heard to say the following to Temyoji, her opponent. What the heck did you mean with all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then... So what had Temyoji said to her? The same thing he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was. That simple fact shook Clover's resolve and made her vote ally. It probably hadn't been his original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he'd probably felt that he had no choice and picked betray. If. When they were split up at the red, blue, and green chromatic doors, Temyoji told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That something was, of course, his identity, and that he already knew all about Alice and Ice 9, and not because he heard about it from Clover. Yeah, I guessed as much. The scientific name for the order which rabbits belong, and Zero the Third's actual name. Wait, what? the Legomorphs or whatever? A way of describing reality that adds a fourth dimension of time to the 3 dimensions of space, and was described by German mathematician Hermann Minkowski, and therefore bears his name. It's also the name of a ski resort for miniature cows. It's referring to the name of the gold file. Oh, what was the name of the gold file? Oh yeah, Legomorph, gotcha. This is the photograph that Temyoji was holding. The subject is a girl named Akane Kurashiki. Akane was one of the people who appeared in this game's sister title, 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, and as a childhood friend of Junpei, That title is main character. In 999, she was 21 years old. This picture was taken 9 years before then, when she was 12. Look at the left side of the picture. If you look closely, it almost looks like there's a man grinning in the background. Left side? I don't see it. Do you see him? No! Don't worry if it seems a little strange. A spirit medium has told us that the person in this picture is a guardian spirit who's looking after her. He must have shown up here because he'd heard what sort of destiny she had in store and decided to see how she was doing. I don't see it. I think all the words is in the way. You can kind of see it? Is it like here? In the trees. Yeah, I'm looking in the trees. I'm just blind. Yeah, oh, here. Okay. A term used... Okay, what is this? Conjunction. A term used in positional astronomy. Put simply, it means that two celestial bodies appear near one another in the sky. When used in the context of our solar system, it often refers to a position where a given celestial body is aligned with the sun. Or it could be I'm seeing it because I want to see it. Yeah, maybe. For example, when Earth is on the opposite side of the sun from Earth, it is considered to be in conjunction with Earth, Mercury, and Venus. Wait, not Earth. Mercury and Venus, which orbit closer to the sun than the Earth does, have two types of conjunction. When they are hidden on the other side of the sun, this is referred to as a superior conjunction. When they are lined up on the near side of the sun, this is called inferior conjunction. The word 0-3 says before he leaves, there are a few variations. Have a nice trouble, have a nice tragedy, have a nice trust. Where does that come from? Have a nice blank, blank, blank. Okay. A general term used to refer to the insects. Oh wait, yeah, what is this? Termite. General term refer to the insects in the epifamily of Termitoidae of the cockroach order Blattoidea. That's right. Even though they're sometimes called white ants, termites aren't even in the same family as ants. They're in the cockroach family instead. Oh, cool! Also, king crabs are in the hermit crab order, and the remora is in the Perciformes order? In the flashbacks where Zero Jr. is explaining things, sometimes the dialogue is slightly different, despite the fact that you should always be remembering the same scene. Oh! In the flashbacks they're different? I did not notice that. The site in question... Test site mystery. The site in question was for a simulated manned mission to Mars held in the Nevada desert. On New Year's Eve 2028, the audio logs from the simulation contain a woman's voice, assumed to be one of the test subjects, saying the following. 6 of us are dead, counting myself. There are only 3 left. I guess you could say I killed them. No, that's not quite right. Not just them. Not just these 6. All of them. All 6 billion. The evidence seems to suggest that this was the beginning of the Radical 6 outbreak, and that the Nevada test facility was the epicenter of the pandemic. It's very slight and spread apart, so you don't notice until you know beforehand. Oh, cool. A slingshot? Are you seriously? You're seriously describing a slingshot to me in a golden, secret file? Elementary device that uses rubber to launch a small projectile, frequently used by adolescent ne'er-do-wells. Can be used as a necklace, but this is not recommended. What? I have never thought about using a slingshot as a necklace before. Right, 3 different types of keycards generally found in the safes in each room and used to open the AB gate. Without them, you can't open the AB gate to play the AB game, which means you can't gain BP. In other words, getting one of these cards is your first step in your escape. The Sun key is used during the first round, the Moon key for the second round, and the Star key for the third. Yeah, that's just basic mechanics. And now you have, yeah, now I have. Ronald Knox, a mystery writer from the UK, published the following as his rules for writing a mystery novel. Oh, yay! This is this is what you pasted earlier, right? In on Discord. 1. The criminal must be mentioned early on. 2. All supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out. 3. No more than 1 secret room or passage. 4. No hitherto undiscovered poisons may be used, or any appliance which will need a long scientific explanation. Yeah, I brought it up before, but I don't think I posted the actual rules. Really? I thought I thought we did. What else did we read then? I thought Prince may have posted them. I remember reading something. 5. No one with extra... Was that just the general rules for good writing? Or was it... Okay, I can't remember. No one with extrasensory perception or similar powers can appear. It's specifically mystery writing. Yeah, this one is specifically for mysteries, but I can't remember what was posted in Discord earlier. No accident must ever help the detective, nor must he ever have an unaccountable intuition which proves to be right. Yeah, no, we definitely read these before. The detective must not commit the crime. The detective must declare any clues he may discover. The stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must conceal nothing from the reader. And twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unannounced. Yeah, I feel like this game broke a lot of these, but I guess it wasn't like a mystery game. Not strictly speaking. The law of cause and effect. Really? We're talking about cause and effect now? Principle of causality. How far through are we? 4 out of 16. This is going to take me forever to read all of these. Specifically that a cause must precede every effect. At the quantum level, however, things aren't quite as immutable. The principle of quantum superposition holds that any physical system, such as an electron, exists at least partially in all of its theoretical states, or configurations, but when measured gives a result corresponding to only one of them. A classic example of this is the double-slit experiment, where light appears to behave as both a wave and a particle. One of the interesting implications of this is that, in a sense, you're influencing the past. By observing a system, you're defining the cause of an effect that you witness, and in a way altering the past. Normally I would comment that here on the quantum levels is where the shit gets real, but given the nature of this phenomenon, it seems like it would be more accurate to say that the quantum level is where shit gets unreal. Floor B hallway locks. Several of the hallways on floor B use special locks indicated on the map by arrows. On the far side of each arrow is a lever. Pulling these levers will unlock the doors. Once this has been done, you can explore the entire area at your leisure. The knife. Small survival knife is Myrmidon stamped into the flat of the blade, which is just so dumb. And there's blood on it now, but whose blood? Yeah. Gentle points. These are a measure of how much of a gentleman you are. Somewhere deep in the UK is an organisation that tracks all gentlemen, determining their calibre based off an ancient and Byzantine collection of rules and guidelines. Every year during the spring, a representative of this organisation conducts a cursory investigation of each member's behaviour, or at least appears to, and then awards gentle points based on what they saw. The following formula is used. Old ladies escorted across the street. Top hats owned. Puzzles solved. Money given to gentlemen tracking organization. They just flat out put bribes in here. That's so funny. And these are all like multiplied. The hourglass displayed in the background is actually a 4-second timer. I bet Professor Layton would be top gentleman. Yeah, true. It doesn't have much practical use except for maybe some really impatient people. If you were at a restaurant waiting for your food to come out, for instance. Hey, how long are you gonna make me wait? I've already flipped this hourglass 100 times. Technically 100 times would only be 400 seconds, which is 6 minutes and 40 seconds. But saying 100 times is much more dramatic and therefore much more likely to get a desirable response from the waitstaff. Yeah, I forgot about this hourglass thing. Memento Mori, if the ninth lion ate the sun. It appears to have been written in some sort of weird paint. Memento Mori is a Latin phrase that translates roughly to remember death/mortality. Ninth clearly refers to ninth, but seems to have been spelled wrong, likely on purpose. Why? Perhaps it's an anagram like the words on the wall on the floor a warehouse. If it is, what does this one mean? The amount of energy you'd get by combining, what's this? Oh, 63 terajoules. So wait, we're just doing math in this one. Did we like already talk about this in the game? So yeah, 63 trillion. And then now we're just talking about E equals mc squared. TNT is often used as a reference point when discussing the power of explosive devices. This is the amount of energy needed to power the time machine, right? Oh, is it? I don't remember. TNT is often used as a reference point when discussing the power of explosive devices. Specifically, this explosive power is usually described by tonnage. From Back to the Future. Oh! Yeah! It was something silly. I remember that. It was like Loki made up. The amount of energy 1 ton of TNT produces is approximately 4.184 gigajoules. This means that an explosive device with an output of 1 megaton generates 4.184 petajoules. TNT stands for Trinidad and Tobago? Ah yes, Trinitotulien. That's it. One of the most common explosives, which is how it came to be a reference point. A kilogram of TNT has 4.184 megajoules of energy, but a kilogram of butter has 30 megajoules. Butter is some dangerous stuff. That's so silly. That's like the whole like eating like radium thing or whatever. Eating uranium. Alright. Anti-hydrogen atom. A particular type of antimatter. Normal hydrogen atoms have 1 proton and 1 electron, but an anti-hydrogen atom has the opposite, 1 antiproton and 1 positron. In November 2010, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, issued a statement announcing that they had captured an anti-hydrogen atom. They claimed that they had generated 38 of them, in fact, and managed to hold them in a special container for 0.2 seconds. Less than 6 months later, in June 2011, they managed to capture several more anti-hydrogen atoms and contain them for more than 1,000 seconds. Although the creation and storage of antimatter is still a difficult obstacle, these results suggest that antimatter reactors could someday be a possibility. That's exciting! I didn't know that they did that. In a general sense, antimatter reactor is a system that generates electricity or some other form of power from matter-antimatter reactions. The facility uses hydrogen and anti-hydrogen. The reactions power a turbine, which generates energy and powers everything in the facility. It looks like a gigantic octopus, but it's definitely not edible, no matter how you cook it. But it would be so good grilled. They keep increasing how long they can hold them. That's pretty cool. This device can be used in emergency to deactivate the antimatter bombs hidden throughout the facility. There's no official name. Sometimes it's just called the input device. It's got a QWERTY keyboard and an LCD display. Okay, so it's just like telling you how this works. For some reason, Sigma, or perhaps the author, seems to be unnaturally obsessed with swimsuits. Why is that? Why is he involved in a was he involved in a horrible swimsuit accident now repressed in his youth? Did he have a crush in high school on a girl in the swims team who put her Olympic aspirations ahead of any possible romance? Is he just a perv? The world may never know. Yeah, what was up with that? That was super weird. Oh, the 0th law of robotics, they put that in here. Let's read the 3 laws first. Actually, let's not. We already know them. We talked about them heaps. Oh yeah, and then the 0th law was first seen in Robots and Empire. A robot may not harm humanity or allow humanity to come to harm. Yeah. Whether or not 016 was aware of the law is unclear, but in any event, 016, that's Luna, did act in accordance with it. True. The necklace Luna is never seen without has a cage containing a blue bird hanging from it. If you twist the key on the bottom... Yep. We got told this in the game. Cybernetic arm. Oops. A device originally created to weaponize genetically engineered psychic bears. What? Just kidding. It's actually an arm augmented for online sex chat to help. Not really. In truth, it's the arm from a mysterious libido-powered robot. Oh my god, stop. I'm just messing with you. A cybernetic arm is actually a mechanical limb that you can control with your mind. Really. It's titanium alloys for bones, and these are covered with ABT. The ABT even has artificial nerves so you can feel pain through it, just like a real arm. And it has veins that connect to the rest of the body. So if you inject medicine into the cybernetic arm, it'll flow through to the rest of your body. Okay, so we were just discussing this before. The veins thing is crazy. That seems dangerous. This is partially why I said the gold files are spoilers, because some of these files were found on timelines that you did not learn in this game. No way. Yeah, that would have been pretty massive spoilers. Thank you for telling me not to read them. Alright, this is the remote trigger. We've already been given all this information in the game though. This is just talking about how antimatter and bombs work and some really weird phrasing. Apple's prison term chart. The prisoner's dilemma. This was also already covered in the game. SOIS, the Special Office of Internal Security. Elite Intelligence Organization. Investigate potentially disruptive or dangerous elements such as terrorists. Their stated purpose is to maintain peace, but their charter authorizes them to arrest, detain, or even kill. Oh, so Alice and Clover literally have a license to kill? Okay, relatively well-known Latin phrase. Really? I've never heard it before this game. It means what you were, I was. What I am, you will be. We're still finishing time. We finished. We're just looking at the gold files now. We're just like wrapping up. This is like the bonus content that I didn't look at before during the game because it might have some spoilers. They were totally spies, yeah. Sometimes used as an epitaph. Oh, no way. Implication is that the person in question was once alive like the reader, but that the reader will one day also be dead. Congrats, thank you. I was ready to bet that you wouldn't finish that. I know. Now we're just talking about factors, which is just math. Immunoglobulin is an important part of the body's defense against viruses. The IG replicator found in the lab gets its name here. Okay. Oh, this is morphogenic field theory, which we saw in 999. Oh, and this is also another 999 thing. This refers to H. H refers to Gentaro Hongo. He was one of the characters who appeared in 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. He was the person who supervised the kidnapping of the children, and he was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Oh yeah, and he was a devoted follower of Free the Souls. Forgot about that. I feel like chat had to remind me of that earlier as well. Oh, now we're talking about Ice 9. Special form of water with a melting point. There's a rumor that says all the water in Alice's body is actually Ice 9. And she always has to keep her body temperature above 36 degrees Celsius. I don't know how much I believe that. Hi, Gino. I was about to say this game never ends, but it sounds like it did. Yeah, it did. We finished the game. Now we're going through like kind of like the extra. Like we collected all these files and tidbits during the game that I got told not to read during the game because some of them were spoilers. So now that we've finished the game, we're just kind of skimming back through it. Some of it has been stuff that we've already covered in the game, like this injection gun. We've seen that and had that described. Lore Encyclopedia review, yeah. Him being a cultist, really throwaway fact in 999 that had nothing to do with the plot of the game and just kind of explained his insanity. Yeah. Alright, so these were... I forgot about Kubota that gets blown up. Yeah, so these are just the characters from the last game. We're just Esper Resonance, right? This was also a mechanic in the last game. Esper can increase the strength of their signal by standing in close proximity to other Espers, assuming that they're the strongest. The strongest signal will absorb any weak ones nearby and use them to amplify. I see. November 2018. Okay, this is also more 999 stuff. Clover's real name is Clover, yeah. CAS stands for Cells Alive System. It allows organic tissues to safely and non-destructively be safely and non-destructively frozen. Yep. In real life, the problem comes when you try to thaw something out, which also must be done instantly. In this game, however, the technological magic of the treatment pod makes returning from cold sleep possible. Yeah, that's a real problem, right? There are generally two types of cold sleep. First type involves lowering your internal body temperature, reduces your basal metabolic rate, basically hibernating. The other sort of cold sleep is the one used in this game, which involves freezing your body. You just kind of lock it into whatever state it's in. Until recently, this was impossible because expansion and crystallization that took place during the freezing process irrevocably damaged human tissue. In the world where this game takes place, however, CAS technology has overcome this hurdle. In fact, you'd be much more likely to die in a plane crash, which means that freezing yourself to visit the future is safer than flying from Tokyo to Milan. Treatment pod. It is exactly what it sounds like. It's not that incredible if it can't cure Radical 6. But don't worry, it also has a function called cold sleep. Yeah, okay, you're just telling us what happened to the game. Excalibur is an antiviral medication. Only known way to fight off Radical 6. Found and extracted from an individual in 2038. Oh, we're talking about Quark's hat. Finally, we get to hear about it. Don't you think that his hat looks kind of weird? There's that huge band that just wraps around his head. Is he hiding a pair of Ferengi ears? Star Trek reference. Or maybe he's just a young Lobot? Well, this is just between you and me, but he's got missiles in there. The sides of the hat are hiding those pods like you see on the helicopters or SAM sides. Except those missiles are tiny, and when he gets in trouble, both sides of the hat open up and they just fly up. Just kidding, he actually keeps snacks in there. Oh, that's hilarious. He just can't use a backpack, he has to keep them on his head. It sounds like somebody named a doll Jumpy, but why? Yeah, I wonder why. Researcher's journal. Let's read it this way. Yeah, this is already... Yeah, this is an excerpt from the Journal of a Researcher. Yeah, we already read this. Floor A and B. There's a rumor that the floors were actually named after a particular Swedish pop rock group from the 70s. ABBA? But everyone involved in this project has insisted that there's a vile and hurtful lie. Root beer float. Are we seriously getting a description of a root beer float? Also known as a black cow. Quark is taken to saying root beer floats my boat, which warms Temyoji's heart. Scotch is a type of whiskey. Hazmat suit. Yep, that's already stuff we got in game. Now we're talking about how the watch works, which we got told like multiple times in the game. And that's how the prisoner's dilemma thing works. Oh, here's some information that isn't revealed in the game. The bracelet puts on the left wrists of the 9 participants in the Ambidex game has an important feature that's never mentioned. As soon as it's put on, a needle on the underside activates and inserts itself in the wearer. That doesn't necessarily mean that it injects a drug, only that it activates and pierces the skin. Maybe there's something on the needle, or maybe there isn't. All that's certain is that when someone puts on the bracelet, they get poked. So maybe this is when they get infected with Radical 6? brother is the founder of Free the Soul. His brother dedicated his life to realizing that mission, and at the age of 26 he established Free the Soul of Y. He claims that Y is a symbol for miracles. Yeah, that's the implication, yeah. Yep, we heard all of this one. Originally, the organization called itself Free the Soul of Y, but later dropped the of Y to just be Free the Soul. The doctrine of Free the Soul demands that its adherents separate themselves from the world, free themselves of lust, and release their souls from their physical bodies so that they can be purified. Its followers believe that they will be born again as a new race and that the world will be transformed into a place of equality with no conflict or poverty. Considering how this usually plays out in the movies, they seem like a pretty scary group of people. I wonder if the Y represents branching timelines. Oh, that's a good theory. I like that. Cooked food. Yukgaejang? A Korean dish. The process involves stewing beef, vegetables, namul, and powdered chili peppers together very slowly. The resulting meal is very spicy. That sounds tasty. Borscht is a Russian dish. Preparation is simple. You just stew meat and vegetables together for a long time. The finished meal is garnished with beets and sour cream. Tom kha gai. Okay. Thai dish made by stewing chicken, chili peppers, ginger, and nampula and coconut milk. Very spicy. I like tom kha. Chef's pasta. Whatever the chef feels like making. Sometimes you don't know what it is until you take a bite. Sometimes you don't even know then. I love pasta. Remember, Akane did say that brother was an esper. Oh, yeah. Twice cooked pork, paella, nasi goreng, yum, schnitzel. I've never been a fan of schnitzel. It's like the meat is too thin. Generalized amnesia. At first glance, Kay's bracelet seems different from the others because it's attached to his suit. But although the design is different, it's not a part of his suit. The bracelet is attached directly to his wrist with a face looking through a hole in the armor. Just like the other bracelets, it will only come off when he escapes or when his heart stops beating. Well, are we talking about luminol? Describing what an autopsy is. Describing what a coroner is. Wound cavity, wound length, yep. The gist? Is it gist? Of Golem's somewhat rambling explanation is that the center of thought doesn't necessarily have to reside in the body. In the case of Golem, the self clearly resided in the mainframe. Gist, thank you. And operated by the body remotely. Since a self-aware robot could exist this way, he theorized, what would prevent humans from doing the same? If humans were actually being controlled by an outside force, then is there any such thing as free will? No. Now we're talking about golems. Okay, we already had that information. It's also information we had. Talking about a Turing test. Computer's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior first developed by Alan Turing. Judge engages in conversation with the human and the machine, and if the judge can't determine who the machine and who the human is, then it's past the Turing test. The Chinese room is a thought experiment developed by an American philosopher, John Searle, to contest some of the ideas about artificial intelligence. The experiment itself was explained more in depth in the game, but the general idea behind it is to pose the question, do intelligent responses indicate actual understanding? Searle contests that a computer would be programmed to respond intelligently in conversation with humans, so much so that it would seem to be human itself. But it would not necessarily, or perhaps could not, actually understand what it was saying. That's kind of where AI is right now. Like ChatGPT and all that. It doesn't actually know what it's saying. Like, it keeps, just giving bad information. Of course, this raises the question, how can we know that human minds are not, in essence, Chinese rooms? Can we really say that we understand the things we say, or are we just simulating understanding? Hashtag deep. Golem type male, Cockney model. That's hilarious. They had like a whole line of Cockney models. I beg to differ. Neurosummer knows exactly what she's saying. Now we're talking about the golems. Oh yeah, that's like the Jewish thing from Clay. Yeah, I always thought that was really cool. One of my OCs that I like never talk about is actually a golem, like in this traditional sense. Device that converts sound into electrical signals. Wait, what are we talking about? We're talking about a phone? Are you really describing a phone to me right now? Oh. You can never... What is this? Sigma's cat problem, part 1, here we go. Sigma had a strange verbal and possibly psychological tic which caused him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. I was wondering about this. It's kind of cool it's coming up in the gold files. Cause of this behavior seems to be an experience he had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everyone called the Cat Mansion. He always loved cats, so every day he would visit the Cat Mansion and give the cats that lived there some of his lunch. One day he realized that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him they had given him his gift in exchange for giving food to his fellows. But, the magical cat said, you can never tell anyone about your gift. The magical cat warned, if you do, you'll be cursed. But young Sigma was so happy about his newly found ability that he slipped and told a girl about it, so the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately for him, a magical white cat came along soon afterwards, felt the curse was a little too harsh and lessened it, so that he could only talk in cat puns when he talked about cats, and they lived happily ever after. Grandpa videos. Yeah, we're just talking about Temioji's wank bank now. Let's ignore that one. Let's also not talk about that one. Right, we're talking about chromatic doors. Okay, this is just mechanics that we were told about. Yep. We've been given all this information already. Certain influenza outbreaks have also reached the pandemic or near pandemic levels of infection. Yeah, you know, we wouldn't know anything about infections and pandemics in this current timeline. I've never heard it called that before, a wank bank? It's a pretty common turn of phrase. Or is that just me? Am I outing myself? Atom is similar to the MRI. Yeah, okay. We knew this already. Tuberculin is a component in some of the poisons used by indigenous populations in South America who tip their arrows with poison when hunting. It can be counteracted with cholesterol inhibitor, but it's not clear if the non-game facility has any of the antidote available. Yeah, I wonder if that's floating around anywhere. Okay, we're talking about the knockout gas. Developed by extracting and purifying an alkaloid from a variety of mandrake. Now we're talking about the eclipse. The lunar eclipse is apparently going to be an actual event in 2028, so keep an eye out for that in 4 years. Doors found on... Okay, we're talking about the 9th door. Yeah, number 9 door. Alright, number 9 door cannot stay open any more than 9 seconds. This is not strictly correct. The time period 0 the 3rd is referring to is the time period when the door is fully open. That means if it takes one into account the time when the door is opening and when it's closing, the open is somewhat more... Okay, that's just splitting hairs. This refers to the bracelet points. Yep, we know about that one. These are some more mechanics. Again, more mechanics. quantum computer. Okay, we're just describing a quantum computer, which uses superposition entanglement to perform calculations. Word 0 the third says before he leaves. Oh yeah, here's another one. AI is short for artificial insemination, which is a process by which eggs are fertilized. I mean, you're not wrong. In this case, we are talking about artificial intelligence, but... Alright, this is mechanics we've heard about. AB gate. Most elevator doors open horizontally, but this one opens and closes vertically. Most elevators also include a safety feature that prevents the door from closing if anything obstructs it. But these doors have no such safety feature, as would seem. This is where you play the AB game. Cool, and that's everything. We looked through all the gold files. Which is good timing, because I need to head off now. It's like 4:30. We need to go pick up our kid and then like have dinner and go trick-or-treating. Alright, who shall we raid? We've got a couple of people. Hang on, let me swap scenes. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm so glad we finally finished this game. And I was wondering if I should take a break before we started Zero Time Dilemma. But yeah, it is an end of an era, but it kind of doesn't feel that way because this one like linked so heavily to Zero Time Dilemma that like, oh no, it like, I feel like I didn't really finish it. Like I need to finish both games for it to count. So yeah, I wasn't sure if I was gonna do Zero Time Dilemma immediately or take a break and then like, I don't know, have a bit of a breather. But I think we're just gonna go ahead and start it next week. Because I don't wanna forget about all the stuff. It's a direct sequel, yeah. So I think I might just go ahead and do that. Is it a sequel or is it a prequel though? Alright, we have Ham, Nabu, and Sleepy are all playing Lethal Company together. It's been a while since we raided Ham. Should we? We also have Greya playing Phasmo. Rhinus is playing Alien Isolation. I feel like it's been like ages since we raided Hamflow. We should go raid in there. But they're all playing together. It's a collab. Sounds good. I know less about that game than I did of the first one. Oh, good. Excellent. Let's go in blind. Alright, yeah, I think we're gonna go raid Hamflow. Are Twitch commands like case sensitive? I'm so used to everything being case sensitive, but maybe it didn't matter. Anyway, thanks guys so much for hanging out. It was an end of an era. I can't believe we actually finished it. Especially when I said that I was gonna finish it and I was like, I feel like I'm saying this too much. Like I'm saying I'm gonna finish it and then it's not gonna happen because I've said it. Ow! Thank you! Everyone hydrate! Alright, so I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. So this is probably gonna be me for the week unless I end up doing surprise streams on the weekend or something. So I hope you all have a wonderful Halloween. Thanks so much for hanging out. Have a good weekend. Rest up. Don't go too ham on the candy. You don't have to eat all the candy all at once if you end up getting any. Enjoy whatever you do to celebrate Halloween. We're going to be watching some movies with some friends tonight. I forgot what we were watching. It might be The Fly. I don't know. We're watching something classic anyway. But yeah, happy Halloween. Next time when I'm on stream, I'll probably be back to my normal model. So say goodbye to the Burnsley Witch hat. This is probably the last time you're gonna see it for a while. And I'll be back to like my normal color palette. But yeah, thanks guys so much for hanging out. You're the best. We're gonna go share the love with Hamplo. Don't forget that this channel has a last redeem, which is the opposite of, oh, want to make a list of movies of Halloween? I already have a list that my friend shared. I can just send that link to you. Remind me, because I'm gonna hit end stream and then I'm gonna forget all about it. So ping me in Discord or something and I can give you the list. We had like a whole list of movies that we were gonna choose from, and we like did a poll and we ended up watching The Fly or something. Okay, yeah. Alright, yeah, so this channel has the last redeem, which is the opposite of the first redeem, so good luck if you're going for that. Otherwise, I have a blue sky now. I don't have a link handy because I only just made it, but maybe I'll see you on there. And you can also unlock the emotes with channel points that we use for the raid message if you're not subscribed. I think that's everything. Thanks so much for hanging out. I'll catch you guys next week, probably. And thanks for playing this game with me, man. I don't know, I never would have ended up playing this game if I wasn't streaming it. So I know, I appreciate everyone being here and hanging out with me. And I love all the random discussions and stuff that we've had throughout the game. Like, those were some good chats. I don't know, that was like, I spent a lot of time talking. I truly do love this series. Yeah, I feel like all the other visual novels that I play just isn't gonna compare. I feel like everything is going to be a disappointment after the Zero Escape games. It is a thought provoker, you're right. Okay, anyway, I need to head off and, get ready for shenanigans this evening. Have a wonderful Halloween. Stay safe, stay sane, stay silly. Let me know if you find any drugs in your candy. And remember to share. And I'll see you all later. Stay fresh, cheese bags.